scheme and called for a public inquiry. George Freeman referred to the striking degree of concern expressed by parliamentarians at and in the lead-up to the debate, excuse me, and offered to convene a meeting between MPs and Post Office executives in which the issues could be discussed. And then moving on, please, to paragraph 52. You say that I understood that at least some postmasters were losing or had lost trust and confidence in the mediation scheme, whilst at this time, SHIEX officials were telling me that, quote, the Post Office has put a great deal of effort to be helpful and transparent here, yet are constantly denounced for their approach and apparent contempt for MPs without any real evidence to demonstrate why. They accept the seriousness of the situation, are committed to resolving it, but are becoming increasingly frustrated by the attacks. You say, I was keen to preserve the mediation scheme, see the CCRC reach conclusions, and encourage engagement between sub-postmasters and Post Office. I agree with George Freeman that the way forward was to bring the interested parties together and at least provide a forum for open, frank and sensible discussion. That wouldn't have happened had you followed SHIEX's advice. Can I look at the exchange in which you agreed with Mr. Freeman's approach, WITN 10200103, please. And can we start with page 3, please? And there's an email of the 1st of July from Laura Thompson to your private office and Mr. Freeman's private office, amongst others. Can we see that? And Ms. Thompson says, Andrew, he was one of you, those that worked in your private office, the person you referred to earlier, is that right?
Yes.
Please see attached submission sent to the pair of you. It follows up on Monday's adjournment debate in the Commons on the Post Office Horizon system, which is Baroness Neville-Rolfe's policy lead, but the debate was taken by George Freeman. The submission recommends how we meet the commitment made by government and repeated at Prime Minister's questions today to convene a meeting on this matter. There are draft letters for you to send to Andrew Bridgen MP, who called the debate, and Paula Venables, Post Office CEO. And then if we go to the bottom of page 2, please. Thank you. Can you explain who the email is from and to here?
So that's to me, myself, from my private secretary.
So Andrew Smith, your private...
Attaching a submission, yeah.
Andrew Smith, your private secretary, using your private office email address, sending it to you in a personal email, is that right?
In a personal email, probably my parliamentary account, but obviously
yes,
it's not clear from there. Yeah.
Minister, please find attached a submission on the Horizon adjournment debate outlining next steps. Officials are keen for the draft letters to issue ASAP. Skipping a paragraph, George Freeman's comments, as relayed by his private office, are the Minister considered your advice and he is somewhat content. However, he feels strongly that Second Sight and George Thompson, NFSP, should be invited. He commented that the MPs focused on Second Sight and it would not be a satisfactory meeting without them. He agrees that JFSA should not attend. So here you're being told that there's a submission including draft letters to go out to Paula Venables and Andrew Bridgen, who called the debate, that this has been run past your colleague in the Commons, George Freeman, and he said that he felt strongly that Second Sight should be invited to attend the proposed meeting, correct?
Correct.
And then if we scroll up, please. Mr. Smith writing to you about half an hour later on the same day, saying that he had just had a call from officials who recommend strongly that Second Sight are not invited to the meeting. So officials in this context, would that be from SHIEX?
Yeah.
So far we've got Mr. Freeman and his antennae may be twitching a little by him saying, I think it's important. I strongly believe that Second Sight should attend this meeting. SHIEX recommending strongly that they're not, to your private office. And then you reply about an hour later, we can see it at the top there, I'm uneasy about overruling George Freeman and I'm not sure about excluding others. So at this point, officials were trying to persuade you to exclude Second Sight from the proposed meeting. Your ministerial colleague and you disagreed.
I disagreed, although in the end I think I agreed to a meeting without Second Sight. But
yes, we'll see that develop.
We'll soon come on to that because they went on nagging away at it, and I was keen to get the meeting to happen. Anyway, perhaps we can. But that's right. I was uneasy, you know. But then they had reasons, which presumably we'll come on to.
And if we scroll up, please. Your private secretary sends your reply back to SHIEX, in particular Laura Thompson, and then scroll up, please. And then a little further, about an hour later, a long email from Laura Thompson. So she's called in, or somebody from SHIEX has called in, saying, we think it's a bad idea that Second Sight are invited to this meeting. And then this is followed up by a long email, we'll see, taking the same point. Laura Thompson says, I understand the Minister's concerns about excluding people and that George Freeman is in favour of inviting Second Sight because MPs focused on them. However, I would still recommend strongly that they're not invited to the meeting. The legal risk to Post Office and potentially government is significant if this meeting prejudices the work of the CCRC. So at this point, SHIEX had an attempt to exclude Second Sight by calling your private office, and they're trying again in this email and raise a point that there's said to be a significant risk to the Post Office, legal risk to the Post Office and indeed to government by prejudicing the work of the CCRC by meeting Second Sight. Did you or do you understand the logic of that position?
I mean, I don't know what I thought at the time, but what I would say is if I'm told that something prejudices the work of the Criminal Cases Review Commission, I take that seriously. And clearly officials who at that time I had no reason to believe were not doing anything that wasn't in my own interest were saying that we shouldn't have Second Sight. And it seemed to me that the key thing was to see the MPs and hear what they got to say and to get them to actually talk to the Post Office, because there seemed to be something of a standoff between these MPs and the Post Office, which was why I was keen to have a meeting and hoped that it would be constructive. Perhaps over-optimistic at the time, but that was my approach.
Ms Thompson continues, we have very grave concerns that based on Second Sight's conduct to date, they will not respect confidentiality or the terms of their engagement during either the meeting or afterwards. We understand, although cannot confirm, that they have links into JFSA and strongly believe their presence in the meeting will do more harm than good. And then she adds a second point, that the Post Office are extremely worried about the risk to their business from this meeting, particularly around legal issues like the CCRC. I'd be concerned that inviting Second Sight could be a red line for them. We'd have to consider what would happen if this were the case. I think it's important to remember Post Office have put in a great deal of effort to be helpful and transparent here, and yet are constantly denounced for their approach and their apparent contempt for MPs without any real evidence to demonstrate why. They accept the seriousness of the situation and are committed to resolving it, but are becoming increasingly frustrated by the attacks against them. It's not clear what more they could do, remembering, as we mentioned to the Minister, Post Office are effectively fighting with one hand behind their back because they're respecting confidentiality when others are not. And so this is taking a separate point, never mind the merits of the situation. The Post Office might consider this a red line, and this is another reason to exclude Second Sight.
Yeah, I think the main point is about prejudicing criminal work somewhere else or civil work somewhere else. Obviously, this is perhaps the first example of Post Office, of checks very much taking strongly a Post Office line and bringing that through, which is interesting. But I took the view that we'd promised a meeting. The meeting promise had been repeated by the then Prime Minister, David Cameron, and that I was keen to meet the MPs and talk to them about their concerns, and not actually having Second Sight present. That didn't seem to me to be a killer point. The key point was to get on and have the meeting. You could always have another meeting with Second Sight on another occasion, if that's what turned out to be necessary.
Thank you.
But I have to say, in a busy day, this is going backwards and forwards. It was probably, a snap judgment. Let's get on. Let's have the meeting, and let's invite the Post Office to come. Although they didn't, in fact, send the CEO, which was a disappointment to me, as you'll see from later documents.
And we're going to come to that after the break. Before we do, can we see what happened by looking at your witness statement, page 16? Paragraph 58, please. Much as you told us, you say, the key thing from my perspective was to get the MPs together in a room with Paula Venables and Post Office executives and to hear what they had to say. I was aware the relationship between Post Office and Second Sight was not healthy and thought it would be easier to get Ms Venables to attend if they were not there. I also took at face value the concern that Second Sight presented a risk of leaking what was said at the meeting, and also thought it important to avoid the meeting descending into a discussion of individual cases. The point was to have a productive discussion between MPs and Post Office senior management as part of a process to get to the bottom of the matter, and it seemed most likely that that would happen without Second Sight at this stage. And then you tell us you did later subsequently meet with Messrs Warmington and Henderson. So some letters went out. Can we look at those, please? UKGI 404820. A letter of the 2nd of July to Andrew Bridgen, and scrolling down. Thank you. Just a little bit further. Further up. I'm writing as the Minister responsible. Further to the adjournment debate, I'd like to follow up the offer of George Freeman by inviting you to attend a meeting at the department to discuss the matter. You mention in the next paragraph the mediation scheme and confidentiality and the importance of maintaining it. In the third paragraph, the fact that the CCRC has received applications from individuals in the scheme. Paragraph 4, you say that the government acknowledges the concerns of MPs raised during the adjournment debate. Paragraph 5, the government wants to ensure that MPs take the opportunity to raise their concerns directly with the Post Office. At the same time, the government would like to allow the Post Office a further opportunity to address the very serious accusations that have been made against it. The meeting will provide an opportunity for both MPs and the Post Office to understand each other's views better while maintaining the confidentiality of individual cases and respecting the work of the CCRC. And then over the page, it will be a private meeting, and I'll be writing in similar terms to the Post Office to invite them to attend. And then can we look at poll 302-7164? A letter on the same day to Paula Venables, the CEO of the Post Office. And if we just scroll down, you'll see that it's in very similar terms. So an equivalent letter. Both letters were in fact silent, I think, on the issue of second sight attendance.
I think they did say we might have another meeting or something on a future. I mean, there's possibility. It was silent. I think if you go over, keep going.
See if we scroll down a little further.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, following the meeting, consider whether any additional further action or meetings are required. I think I'm kind of might put that in. I can't remember, but
no.
that.
But it doesn't explicitly say that
it doesn't explicitly
will or will not.
It doesn't say second sight being invited. It doesn't say second sight aren't being invited. But it's trying to set up a constructive conversation, try and get the two sides a little bit closer together.
Can we look at the reply from Paula Venables, UKGI 6026? Her reply of the 10th of July to you. Thank you for your letter of the 2nd. Post Office is, of course, willing to attend a meeting to discuss these matters, and I note that it's been set up for Wednesday. Unfortunately, this coincides with a Post Office board meeting. Therefore, I hope you'll accept my apologies. My colleagues, Mark Davis, Communications and Corporate Affairs Director, and Patrick Bork, who leads the Post Office team dealing with the scheme, will be pleased to attend, and that you found some time to speak on Tuesday morning in advance of the meeting. Ms Venables continues, as you know, we have been open and transparent with MPs throughout this important process, and have met Mr Bridgen previously with some of his fellow MPs. Regrettably, it's clear our engagement has done little to address his concerns. Since the last meeting, Mr Bridgen has on 3 occasions refused our offer of a further meeting, most recently last week. We've also offered every MP with a constituent in the scheme the opportunity to discuss the case with us, subject to consent. Just 3 MPs have taken up the offer. Over the last 3 years, Post Office has been trying to address a small number of individual private complaints brought to it by mostly former sub-postmasters about problems they experience whilst working in their post offices. Despite the finding of an initial investigation that our computer system did not suffer from systemic flaws, we've established a scheme. All cases have been comprehensively re-investigated and independently reviewed, and all of this work has been shared with individual applicants. It's worth reiterating, in none of the cases has our computer system been shown to have caused the losses complained of, and in none of the cases has any evidence emerged to suggest convictions are unsafe. And over the page. Instead, in a majority of cases, it's clear from the evidence that errors made in branch are responsible from the problems that arose. In some other cases, Post Office acknowledges it might have done more to support individual sub-postmasters. In a large group of cases, thankfully a minority, regrettably, sub-postmasters have committed criminal offences, either by dishonestly covering up losses or stealing or both. Skipping a paragraph, in cases involving a criminal conviction, our investigations reveal that the facts on which the convictions were based cannot be distinguished from the issues raised by applicants in the scheme. Therefore, mediation is not appropriate, as it's not capable of producing the principal outcome sought, because only the courts can overturn a conviction. Skipping a paragraph, as you note, a number of these applicants have asked the CCRC to look into their cases, and it would be highly inappropriate to do anything which might interfere with their work. In short, applicants to the scheme have a choice to sit down and mediate their cases with the Post Office, litigate in the civil courts, or pursue any claim for miscarriage of justice through the established processes. Given these clear choices, it is not immediately clear what the Post Office could offer beyond restating the choices. However, we'll try to address as many of the concerns expressed by MPs as we can. Finally, and whilst you do not mention them in your letter, there have been suggestions that Second Sight should attend a meeting, as Second Sight has no standing in the dispute between the Post Office and applicants. We do not consider their involvement to be necessary or appropriate. Ms Bennell seems emphatic that you and the MP should not meet Second Sight, yes?
Certainly she doesn't want Second Sight at that meeting.
We know that by this time, Post Office knew that there were bugs, errors and defects within the Horizon system, and that Second Sight had discovered some of those bugs. We know that the Post Office by this time knew that forms of remote access by Fujitsu to the system were possible, including a form of remote access by which financial data at branch level could be amended by the insertion of transactions into an account without the sub-postmaster's knowledge, and that Second Sight, on the basis of some whistleblower evidence, had discovered some of this. We know that by this time the Post Office knew that its principal expert witness in criminal prosecutions was said to have breached his duties to the court and to have given misleading evidence to the court, but the Post Office had decided not to reveal that information either to Second Sight or to convicted defendants. Did you know any of those things?
I didn't know any of those things, no. But I'd also note that Paula Venables didn't come to the meeting. I suppose if she knew, and she's written this letter, which certainly, if that was known to her, it's odd that there's absolutely no suggestion of any hesitation or concern on any of those points at that point in time. But she didn't come. She sent the Mr. Davis, who was communications person.
And Mr. Bork, the corporate affairs director.
Well, at that time, I remember that, I asked who was this person, and I was told, well, he was the person in charge of the mediation scheme. But actually, you're describing him, I think later he's described as the government affairs director.
Yes.
Whereas obviously my hope would have been that Paula Venables herself would have turned up so that one could have made some progress, rather than people who are, as it were, managing the MPs and managing, even trying to manage the ministers. So that was, I think, regrettable.
We've seen the reason that Paula Venables gave for not being able to attend was a diary clash.
That's what that says, and that's what I took at face value.
Yes.
Although
Have you seen information since then?
Well, I think somebody mentioned to me, but I can't give you chapter and verse, that actually there was advice that she shouldn't attend the meeting, which is exactly a slightly different point. Clearly, I understand the importance of board meetings. I don't know what the exact timing clash was.
Let's just look at that, please. Poll 0038 8295. And look at page 2 first, please. And if we just scroll down, please. Please see attached that's just arrived. That's your letter. I assume we should seek to respond quickly. It's still my view that Paula should not attend, but should perhaps speak to Baroness Neville-Rolfe beforehand. I'm open to very open to contrary views. That's Tom Weschler, Miss Venables, then Chief of Staff. And then scroll up, please, to see what the Communications Director said. I agree, the Paula point. This was also her view when we spoke this morning. And I also agree that she should speak to her in advance. I think that means I agree that Paula Venables should speak to Baroness Neville-Rolfe in advance. I suggest we reply as warmly as possible, especially as the letters from you. And then scroll up, please. I share the view, Paula, says Patrick Bork. And then scrolling up, please. Tom Weschler again agrees, attendees. And I think that's the end of it. So at the time, you wouldn't be aware, presumably, that various post office PR and communications people were providing advice behind the scenes to Paula Venables that she should not attend the meeting with you. You took at face value what was said in her letter, that she had a diary clash.
I took it entirely at face value, and of course it's a board meeting, and you do try to respect, if you're director, you do try to make sure you do go to board meetings. So it was a perfectly valid excuse, but I was somewhat perturbed when I subsequently saw this, that actually it was strategic rather than a diary clash. Because I think having her there would have been good, because she would have had to listen to the MP's concerns and answer them herself.
Thank you. So that's an appropriate moment for the morning break. Could we break until 25 past, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you continue to see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Baroness Neville-Rolfe, can we turn briefly to what happened at the meeting between Post Office and the MPs? Is it right that you essentially chaired or facilitated the meeting?
Yeah, I chaired it, as would be normal with a ministerial meeting.
Can we turn to page 17 of your witness statement, please? And look at the foot of page 17. Paragraph 62, you say the meeting between MPs and Post Office was attended by Andrew Bridgen, Kevin Jones, they're the MPs, Mark Davis, Patrick Borg, Laura Thompson and you, and a note was drafted by Ms Thompson. You give the reference to it. I'm going to use your witness statement instead to address what happened. You say the note records that Messrs Bridgen and Jones outlined their concerns relating to some individuals. The concerns focused on the length of time the issue had been ongoing and the view of the MPs that Post Office had acted with a lack of transparency in dealing with the claims, that there had been problems with Horizon, the way in which Post Office had used its powers of prosecution, the length of time it took for cases to progress through the mediation scheme, concerns about miscarriages of justice where individuals have been advised to plead guilty to false accounting by their legal representatives. I also believe they raised concerns about document destruction. 63, I recall thinking that the concerns expressed by Andrew Bridgen and Kevin Jones needed to be taken extremely seriously. You say, skipping a paragraph, this meeting, which took place within 2 months of my taking up the postal affairs role, was an important step. Amongst other things, it brought home that the processes in place, including mediation and the CCRC process, were not working satisfactorily. More generally, I was from the start surprised that so many people excuse me, from normally reliable sections of the community were being convicted of dishonesty. This was troubling. On that last sentence there, can you explain more generally what you meant, please?
As I got into the individual cases, which earlier on I'd been discouraged from thinking about, it became apparent that these were honest citizens who perhaps had, on retirement, I think you buy a post office, I'm not quite sure what the arrangements are. People like Lord Arbuthnot's constituency, I think it's in Hampshire, you know, leafy, middle-class people who suddenly, out of the blue, with no even suggestion that they had either themselves or any of their friends and relations been involved in anything dishonest, were suddenly ending up in court and being convicted. Mainly, I think, on grounds of false accounting, but in some cases of theft. And that just, I'd got all this evidence that everything was fine, that there was nothing wrong, that there'd been an independent inquiry which actually told us that the Post Office was right. And yet, the people who were, as it were, going down were terribly honest citizens. I have to say, this is the thing that worried me. You know, I've come from business, and I'd also come from the civil service. And you know, it's not only keeping the business going; it's having an element of common sense and thinking about your staff. So that was what worried me. But I didn't actually have any information to support my case until I had this meeting, and Andrew Bridgen and Kevin started to, you know, list some of these points. That was my sort of road to Damascus, if you like, beginning to realise that there were quite small numbers. We were talking about, I think, about three or four MPs at that time, who'd had these very unsatisfactory experiences with what I call Middle Britain.
Thank you. Can I check with you whether a couple of issues were addressed at the meeting? By firstly looking at poll 302-7729. Which is an email, you wouldn't have seen this at the time, it's internal to Post Office, from Mark Davis on the 15th of July at 17 minutes past 8 in the evening to, amongst others, Jane McLeod, Paula Venables, Angela Vanden Bogart. And he says, if we scroll down, Patrick and I met with Andrew Bridgen and Kevin Jones today at a meeting chaired by you. The meeting was held up as Mr. Jones was late. Mr. Bridgen then ran through his central points. This included no new allegations and was broadly a repeat of his adjournment debate script. He raised some new unnamed cases. He accused the Post Office of abusing its prosecution powers and using plea bargaining to cajole people into accepting guilty pleas, curtailing Second Sight's work and the mediation scheme, reducing the scope of Second Sight's work and forcing Second Sight to moderate its reports, not cooperating with Second Sight, and then this having a Dickensian contract arrangement with postmasters, a suspicious suspend account procedure, and an inadequate helpline. Have you any recollection that the contract itself, said to be Dickensian, which was rather prophetic because that's how the Court of Appeal was subsequently to describe it in similar terms many years later, whether that was raised?
Well, I have no reason to believe that it wasn't. After all, it's on a memo from Poll saying what came up which disturbed them. And clearly, I probably knew at the time that the way it works is that a sub-postmaster is almost like is a kind of agent responsible for all their, for everything that they do, and that was no doubt incorporated into the contract. It's a very one-sided arrangement, but then I think, to be fair, post offices entered into that knowing that it was a one-sided arrangement and thinking that they would be able to cope with that, because often they had a lot of experience of running small businesses and things when they took over post offices. You didn't become a sub-postmaster overnight. There was some sort of, I assume, there was some sort of vetting procedure before you actually got given the keys to Horizon.
So did you know about the one-sided nature of the contract at the time?
Well, I think I knew after this meeting. It wasn't referred to in any of the briefing that I'd had prior to that from Sheks that I've noticed. But I mean, obviously it's difficult for me to remember 10 years hence when I learned what I learned. But it was a sort of, I was gradually learning from listening to these outsiders what their problems were. And one of the problems was the contract arrangements. And of course I know now, because I've been given information about what eventually happened, that the contract was a key issue in the Fraser judgment.
And lastly, Mr. Bridgen accused the Post Office of using Bracknell and remote access to target and implicate postmasters of wrongdoing. And then Kevin Jones endorsed the above, accused the Post Office of using the mediation scheme as a smokescreen to pass the statute of limitations, a deliberate and planned cover-up, leaning on Second Sight, and gagging Panorama. He accused Patrick and I of lying to him and Mr. Bridgen in the meeting. We did not. The MPs asked the Minister to call an independent inquiry to meet with Second Sight. They asked us to provide details of how much we paid out to settle claims. We agreed, over the page, to write to both MPs reiterating our offer to meet. It was a very unpleasant meeting at which Patrick and I were robust but respectful in making our case in the face of an approach which was volatile and at times aggressive. Do you remember these two MPs being volatile and aggressive?
To be honest, this isn't my note of the meeting, and I didn't see it at the time. And if I had, I think that was probably a little bit unfair on them. They were actually explaining clearly what their concerns were in detail, which frankly was exactly what I wanted in having the meeting.
Scrolling down under comment, Mr. Davis says, this was a very difficult meeting. We now need to ensure that the Minister, that's you, understands the position. While she was supportive, there's a risk that the complexity of the issue, plus MP interpretation of that complexity, causes the search for simple solutions, which we know do not exist. And then the foot of the page, second paragraph up, the Minister did appear to agree that it would be rather difficult to make progress if the MPs refused to engage with the rest of the story. Can you recall what commitments you made, if any, at the conclusion of the meeting?
I'm sure I will have said that I would reflect further, because that would have been standard practice. And I think I encouraged the MPs to talk to the Post Office, because there's been the standoff between them, and it looks from this as though there was some acceptance by Mr. Bridgen. There was also a point about documents. There seemed to be concern that documents were being shredded, which would be helpful to the unfortunate people who've been prosecuted. And I do recall, I don't know whether, probably as a result of this meeting, that I took some steps to do something about that, because obviously given my commercial background, I was very aware of the importance of not shredding documents, even very old documents, and of your legal duty, particularly if you were an actual trained lawyer, you know, a barrister or solicitor, not to check documents. So I think I recall that coming out of it. And obviously, I went away and, you know, wanted further meetings to discuss what might be done.
Thank you. That can come down. You tell us in your witness statement that at about this time, it's paragraph 65, no need to turn it up, all of the advice I was receiving regarding Horizon was from SHIEX. This was supposed to be impartial and balanced. However, my faith in that advice was beginning to wane. I now wanted to hear different views and wanted to apply some more independent scrutiny to the issue than had been offered to date by SHIEX. And at that meeting, I agreed with Andrew Bridgen that I should meet with James Arbuthnot MP. Was this meeting, therefore, one of the turning points in the unfolding picture?
Definitely. I think the MPs played an important role, you know, in articulating the issues and articulating the problems in a way that perhaps the experts, Second Sight and things, were not able to do. And I think James Arbuthnot was probably may have been invited to the original meeting and hadn't been able to come, I don't know. But it became apparent from that meeting how important and pivotal he was. So I was obviously keen to talk to him, and I did later meet him. And, you know, he's played a crusading role in all of this.
Can we see what SHIEX's follow-up was to the meeting by looking at UKGI 301 5226? This is the 17th of July, so 2 days later. The purpose, says Ms. Thompson, is following your meeting, it's the next steps following your meeting on Wednesday with the MPs, with a recommendation that the Post Office, that you note that the Post Office will write to Messrs. Bridgen and Jones to reiterate the offer of a meeting and provide information relating to some of their concerns, agree that you would like to meet James Arbuthnot as discussed in the meeting, confirm whether or not you would like officials and or the Post Office to attend, decide whether you'd like to write to Sir Anthony Hooper, agree that you should write to the Prime Minister following your meeting with James R. Buthnott. I just want to explore the last of those, please, by looking at paragraph 9 of the note, which is over the page. Ms Thompson says, following your meeting with Mr Arbuthnot and, if appropriate, Sir Anthony, we recommend that you should write to the Prime Minister to set out your assessment of the situation and the government's position, having, quote, got to the bottom of the matter, to use his words. I think they're the words that he used, excuse me, in PMQs.
Yes.
We strongly recommend that the government comes to an agreed position and ideally should communicate whether it will take any action. We advise that the priority should be to put this issue to bed. Continued uncertainty and allegation does damage to the Post Office's business and prevents those individuals with cases from reaching a resolution. We'll provide further advice on this and propose that your office sends a short note of the meeting to the Private Secretary at number 10. What did you think to this suggestion that you should write to the Prime Minister to set out your assessment of the situation, having got to the bottom of the matter?
Well, I think I had two concerns about this. One was I wasn't sure I'd yet got to the bottom of the matter. And the second is it's not really appropriate for a Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State to write to the Prime Minister. I'm not sure that's... perhaps Ms Thompson didn't really know that. That's something that would go through the Secretary of State or the Secretary of State's office.
And so for those two reasons, did you ignore the suggestion?
So I said, I'm sure I didn't agree to it, although it comes back because they then produce a draft and it takes days on end to go round through lots of different people and then comes back to me to sign off, or just look at anyway, but it's not my note. So clearly the Prime Minister had been involved at PNQs, so it's not unreasonable that number 10, there should be feedback to number 10. But certainly I wasn't in a position to write saying I got to the bottom of it, and more important, it would have been a first time that somebody, Parliamentary Under-Secretary, had kind of written to a Prime Minister, on a business issue from their department. That seemed to me to be not what normally happens. So
there was a protocol or convention issue, but then there was an issue of substance.
There was substance and protocol which came together, which means I, in your words, probably for that time ignored paragraph 9.
Thank you. I think it's right that the next step in the chronology that can come down, thank you, is essentially the provision of the Second Sight Part 2 report to you towards the end of July. And can we look at some material that relates to that? UKGI 405133. And can we start by looking at page 3, please? And if we scroll down, please. Thank you. And we'll see Mr. Warmington's email in his familiar font of the 22nd of July 2015 to George Freeman. You're not copied in at this time. The subject is Second Sight's briefing report, part 2. And he says, Mr. Warmington, I'm puzzled and not a little distressed by your summarisation in your recent email to Ian Warren. There's no need to look at that. And more importantly to Parliament, we're not going to look at that either, of my firm's interim and part 2 reports. There were, in fact, 3 reports. You've summarised our reports with the following words. Second Sight have produced 2 independent reports in 2013 and 15, both of which demonstrate that there is no evidence of systemic flaws within the Horizon system which could cause the issues reported. That is not a correct statement. I respectfully draw your attention to paragraphs, and then he lists some of the report, and to the following additional paragraphs, and then he lists some. You may have noted from reading our reports, and also from Post Office's rebuttal documents that Post Office has continually focused attention on the system itself, i.e. Horizon and Horizon Online, and even more narrowly on the software rather than the entirety of the operational platform used by its sub-postmasters. It follows that even if there had never been any systemic flaws in either version of the system, that being a contention with which we do not agree, that would not mean that the operational platform as a whole was always fit for purpose for all of the tens of thousands of users. As we stated in our report, it was not. I've attached here a copy of our briefing report, part 2. And then scroll down, I'm available at any time. So he is attaching the part 2 briefing report. He is drawing specific attention to some paragraphs within it. If we go back to page 3, please. Thank you. And in the middle of the page, we can see an email from Andrew Bridgen MP to Andrew Smith, your private secretary. Is that right?
Yes.
Please see that the email below reaches the Minister as it contradicts statements made by the Post Office. And then if we scroll up, please. Mr. Smith, forwards the chain to Laura Thompson. You'll see that it CCs the same email address as he's sending it from. Is there something that we're missing there as to why that would be done?
No. I think it might be to do with if you've got an attachment, if you copy it, is it retained or something? That's still the private office address.
Okay.
So it's not an address I've got access to.
No. And then scroll up, please. We can see that Miss Thompson replies to Mr. Smith. One, Ron Warmington has emailed George Freeman regarding Second Sight's report. Mr. Warmington states he disagrees with the summary that Second Sight's report demonstrates no evidence of systemic flaws within the Horizon system, which could cause the issues reported by applicants to the mediation scheme. He directs the Minister to several paragraphs in the final report, which he feels demonstrates that Horizon, in the totality of the user experience, is flawed. And then if we scroll down, 3, I would emphasise that our position is not to arbitrate in this matter. It's a commercial matter for the Post Office. As shareholder, we expect the Post Office to operate commercially and to handle operational and legal matters such as this one without government intervention. 4, following the email, we've looked again at the paragraphs he has highlighted. The statement that there is no evidence of systemic flaws within the Horizon system remains correct. That does appear to be arbitrating. This is a position we've stated repeatedly, including in Parliament, so it's unclear why Second Sight are choosing to raise this now. We're happy to provide further detail on the points raised if ministers require. So how would you have read this kind of commentary from Laura Thompson on the Second Sight report that was being sent through to you?
Well, I'm not sure whether I saw it at that time, although I certainly saw it later in the month and had a look at those paragraph numbers. I'd got concerned by that time, which is why I wanted to have a policy meeting to discuss what we should do about all of this. And that's what happened on the 4th of August. I'm not sure I've got a lot to add. I mean, we can talk about the Second Sight report if you want, here or later. I mean, they referred to all these paragraphs. If you go through those particular paragraphs, it doesn't bring out nearly as clearly as the session I had with MPs what the issues were, particularly if you're not technical. You you read through and you look at all those different paragraphs, and then you look at the poll response, which is even longer.
The 83-page rebuttal.
And comes back on it. And to be honest, for somebody who's not expert and not meant to be expert, it's actually quite confusing. And it was that, so I've got this milling about. Obviously, you've got somebody writing in saying that what Freeman had been advised to say looked, I think they were actually saying was misleading, which is obviously a serious matter. So for me, I wanted to try and find a way through, but obviously the advice that I'm getting here is stay at arm's length. We haven't got any reason to think that our advice is wrong, that the second cycle report demonstrated no evidence of systemic flaws within the Horizon system.
When did you receive the second site report?
I'm not convinced I saw it before that meeting of the 4th of... I may have been aware of it. What normally happens with the box is you read the top papers, and if you've got time or reason, you might read some of the annexes. It's one of the things that you try to explain to civil servants, actually, when I found, because I've had these different jobs, both inside and outside, is the key points need to be in the covering memo. And so Warmington's covering memo was helpful because a couple of the key points came out. But I don't think I actually read the full report until later in the month, and you will recall that I then, Mr. McInnes sent me a memo saying, well, there's nothing new here, and I asked for further advice, hoping that I would get further advice on the detailed allegations in the second site report, which at the time I didn't get. I got another note from the post office.
So just dealing with the extent of your reading in of the second site report, can we look, please, at UKGI 405504? And we're skipping ahead in the chronology a little here, but it's because of what is said in the body of the email. If we scroll down to the second email down, there's an email from you to Mr. Warmington, from your office to Mr. Warmington, of the 14th of August. And you say in the second line, last two words, I have read with interest your, quote, Part 2 briefing report, as well as the response from Post Office Limited. Was that correct, that by this time, the 14th of August, you had read the second site report and Post Office's 83-page rebuttal?
I've certainly looked through it, and later on, I think I say I've kind of looked through it. It's convention that if somebody writes to you as a minister and they send you a report, it happens all the time, they send you a report on accident statistics or procurement, then you write back saying, I've read with interest, this is a standard reply, I've read with interest your report. And in this case, I've mentioned the two reports. That will have been drafted for me by officials of some kind, and I have no reason not to quote it in a conventional way. So it's not that I wasn't aware of the second site report and was aware that it got important things in it. But the idea, it's perhaps slightly misleading, the idea that I would have been on top of all of it. But what I have said is they've committed to addressing them and making improvements, and they're on training, which of course I think they had done. But obviously I've stuck to the line of the parties involved. But behind the scenes, you will know that I'd asked Tim Parker to, do some sort of independent investigation of all of it, which second site would be at the heart.
And so just focusing at the moment then on the extent to which you read second site's Part 2 briefing report. In your witness statement, you tell us that you would have read the report, or at least the passages which Mr. Warmington had listed.
Yeah.
And I don't suppose you can remember which is the case.
Well, I certainly read the passages which are listed, and those are the ones I was commenting on, that if you go through them, you don't get quite the same tonality as if you read the whole report from beginning to end. And then, of course, you turn to the poll response, and you're actually confused as to what you need. So, I mean, to some extent, I think you have to understand. I was concerned about this. There wasn't that much I could personally do in terms of getting on top of this. I therefore wanted to make sure that a proper piece of work was done on this, what eventually became the Swift report.
The Second Sight Part 2 briefing report, in summary, finds that some form of unauthorised remote access may have occurred, that amounts in excess of £100,000 had been taken into post offices' profit and loss accounts, that the post office operated contracts to the detriment of sub-postmasters and provided them with no automatic entitlement to data upon which properly to judge whether or not they were liable for the losses alleged against them, and that some prosecutions appear to have been focused more on debt recovery than in the interest of justice.
And that comes out very well from the Swift report, which summarises, which I only saw when I was preparing for this hearing, summarises it very well. But at that time, I had asked Shex for advice on this, you may recall. So I'd said, I'd like some advice, please. And I had then been sent a memo by Mr. McInnes, which repeated the usual mantra and didn't go into the details. So I never actually got proper briefing on that report. And I don't think it's unreasonable for a minister to ask officials to look at and summarise something of that importance, particularly as it turns out they'd had it for about a year. So presumably they could and should have read it in great detail. And when I asked for an analysis of it, I actually should have had an analysis of it. But I didn't get that. And so I then moved on and accelerated the work being done by the new chair of the Post Office.
Do I take it from that, Baroness Neville-Rolfe, that your reading of either the report or the identified paragraphs in the report didn't highlight to you that what you had been consistently told by Laura Thompson and others, that that second report had revealed no systemic problems with Horizon?
I think there is a unfortunately I haven't got it with me, but I think there is a reference somewhere, because what was done by Paul and perhaps by Shex was to pick up from the work that the Second Sight had done this sort of magic sentence that there wasn't a systemic flaw. Mm-hmm. But actually there were lots of other things in the report, like the fact that obviously they'd had a really crummy foreign currency scheme, which ended up losing money either for the unfortunate postmaster or indeed for the post office itself. It's not too clear. So there was these various different points in those reports which I didn't have the time or the expertise to really look at properly. And what they seemed to be just doing was repeating this mantra that Second Sight was fine and they'd gone native and we should just ignore that report. And I didn't really like that approach to things. But I have to say, I think perhaps Second Sight, they weren't experienced, they weren't lobbyists, they hadn't brought out into the front of the report in a way that might have helped them a bit more, the key things that you have now summarised so beautifully, and as counsel to the inquiry. They didn't do that. But the MPs had talked to them, and they did bring out strongly exactly these points that were actually quite well summarised in the note from Paul of the meeting that I had, which obviously wasn't an official note.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's paragraph 88, that you received a briefing note from Laura Thompson. Can we look at that, please? UKGI 401067. going back a little bit to the 31st of July, but it's a passage that I want to pick up. And if we scroll down, please. And again, yes, 6. Individuals who have a criminal conviction already have a suitable independent route of appeal through the courts or the CCRC. This is the appropriate course of action for those individuals to take if they feel their convictions are unsafe. And then over the page. Yes, nothing else on that. The briefing note appears to be advising you not to interfere in cases where there had been criminal convictions, because that was a matter for the CCRC and the courts. What was your view on that aspect of the advice that you were receiving?
Well, obviously, the line that I should respect the CCRC, who at that, were well, I think were well viewed at that time, seemed to me to be a reasonable one, especially as I've been told including a letter from their general counsel that they weren't withholding any papers, which actually turned out to be untrue. When you eventually read the SWIFT report, you find there were sort of Deloitte papers and things which I was completely unaware of, which other people hadn't had. And so the CCRC should be allowed to get on with it. Seemed to be not an unreasonable point. Having said that, and obviously they were the particular population I was worried about, but equally there were these points by second sight that have been raised about how, what seems to have been happening was the post office had an awful lot of lines for a poor sub-postmaster in a small rural post office. And so it was really, really important that Horizon worked properly when they, had to deal with all of these things. And the second sight report is quite good, and it takes you through all these different lines and explains the difficulties. Now, if you've got a really good IT system and really good IT support, you can bring online new products, and people who are selling them, can be ushered into making it work. But the second sight report suggested that there were some wider problems, and we kept being told there weren't systemic problems, but there were obviously, bugs and the odd problems, as you could see from what the MPs were telling me, and indeed from the second sight report, if you could find the right bits.
Can we turn back to your witness statement?
I'm sorry, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Can we turn back to your witness statement, please? And page 34. In fact, we start at page 30. Page 30. Paragraph 110, you say, I did feel at this stage, and that's mid-August 2015, that I was fighting SHE-X. And then if we go forwards, please, to page 34. You say, by this time I had lost confidence in the quality of SHE-X advice. We were going round in circles. They were unwilling to engage with the issues in the way I felt they needed to. In my view, SHE-X had lost objectivity, and its officials were unable or unwilling to scrutinise Post Office properly, even though that was an essential part of their role. The advice they gave seemed closed-minded, deaf to the issues, and constantly repeating the same mantra. As time went by, I felt as though they were trying to obstruct or shut down my efforts to get to grips with the issues. This may have been connected in some way to a dogmatic belief that arm's-length bodies should be entirely free of government interference. Certainly I was repeatedly advised that the Post Office should be left alone. I do recall feeling the pressure of the consistent advice from SHE-X that these were not matters for government and to hold that official line. But based on what I now knew, that was no longer a tenable position. Had this happened in your either civil service or political career, to date, i.e. by mid-August 2015, the officials that were advising you were fighting you. They had lost objectivity. They seemed closed-minded.
I mean, the answer is no. I mean, I did deal with the Green Investment Bank, and funnily enough, that was Shecs as well, although a different caste list, where we had a problem of trying to reassure people that green credentials would sort of not be completely lost. And the advice there was, it was privatisation, so that was tough. And eventually we found a solution, which was to bring in trustees who were slightly outside the structure and, you know, could be turned to in the event of, I think, an onward sale or whatever. But to start with, I'd found Shecs quite difficult on that subject, although we did get a resolution to that in the end. But on the whole, you know, if you're clear that you want something, I mean, the other thing that officials do is go to the Permanent Secretary or go to the Secretary of State. And to some extent, obviously, there was this understanding that there was operational separation, and that certainly had the endorsement of the Secretary of State. But I probably would have mentioned my frustrations, but the way I dealt with the frustration, rightly or wrongly, I wanted to do something, was I moved forward and I got the new chairman to take a look at this. I explained that it was, you know, reputationally and organisationally important for the post office, and I encouraged him, my recollection is I encouraged him actually to use a lawyer, a QC, because that's what the sort of thing that I had experience of in the private sector, where you've got a really big problem. If you bring in an independent leading member of your profession, they provide clarity, they make sure you know what the facts are, and then that enables you to move forward and do the right thing. But if what you're asking me about was, what had I lost confidence in Shecs' advice? The honest truth I tried at an earlier junction to get some business department officials to come along to a meeting, and they sent a lawyer. So I had a lawyer and I had 2 special advisors at the meeting, but I didn't have, you know, a senior business department official who I felt might be a little bit more understanding of the fact that you've got MPs. I mean, MPs are really important in our democracy because they sometimes bring, you know, they bring unwelcome bits of information to you. I wasn't an MP, but I was at a major retailer. We had the same system. You've got these letters coming into the CEO, which were an excellent source of stones in the shoe, and that's what we were getting from these MPs. And I didn't feel that Shecs really wanted to listen to that. They wanted to make sure that the line that they took prevailed, and they worked with Poll to try and make sure that that's, you know, what I was being told. And then I brought in Oliver Letwin, C-Para 125, which was obviously helpful.
If we skip forwards to paragraph 239 on page 61, please. You say, my relationship was mainly with excuse me, Laura Thompson, who was for the most part hard-working, helpful and effective. However, she followed party lines decided above her by Richard Callard, the Post Office board member, and others. In retrospect, Shecs was too close to the Post Office for effective scrutiny, and I was at times frustrated by their unwillingness to question the status quo. Who within Shecs did you have concerns about, by reference to the words and others? Well,
I didn't see much of Richard Callard, but to the extent I did have a little bit of concern about him, and clearly we have had evidence separately that he was working very closely to Poll, which I mean is understandable. He was on their board. And then I had this exchange with Mr. McInnes, who I think was I don't know where he slotted in, but maybe above Callard. And I'd asked him specifically for a proper submission on second sight. And I ended up not getting a reply from him at all, but getting a reply from Laura Thompson saying the same thing and forwarding a piece of paper from Poll, Annex B, which was missing when I saw all these papers initially.
What was the nature of your interactions with Mr. Callard?
I think he came to the meeting at the beginning of August. I met him when I went on the away day in June because he was the board member.
Did you communicate your concerns directly to Mr. Callard?
Well, certainly on the 4th of August, I communicated my concerns. And he saw, the thing about the civil service is there's a lot of reading of paper. And civil servants are very good at reading paper. And he was receiving copies of all the exchanges I was having with Laura Thompson, who knew of my concerns. I mean, one difficulty we've got, and I now know why, is that we haven't got any notes of my meetings by my private secretaries except where they ended up somewhere else. And one of the documents you just flashed up says it's not the responsibility of private office to keep any copies, it's the responsibility of the divisions. So that's the problem we've got. Sorry, I'm not really answering the question, but those were the concerns I had. I think I had one meeting with Mr. Russell, who was the top honcho, and that was later on. I think he came to see me to ask about how I'd found checks.
Given the concerns that you have mentioned in the passages of your witness statement that I've shown to you, in particular that SHEX was being obstructive, that you had lost confidence in it, that it lacked objectivity, what steps did you take to address those issues?
Well, the main step I took was to ask the new chairman of the post office to bring in an independent person to have a good look at the whole thing and provide us with advice. And then I pushed back on checks in the normal way, where they gave me advice that I didn't like. But, you know, they were the officials. I had a go at the beginning of August at bringing in officials from elsewhere, but I was told that, and remember I was relatively junior minister, I was told that, you know, that wasn't appropriate. I mean, I did have updates with, quite short updates always, with the Secretary of State. And I'm sure I know I explained to him that I was planning this review by Parker, obviously who he was partly responsible for bringing in, which my recollection was he supported.
Was that Sajid Javid?
Yeah.
Did you ever consider, escalating might not be the right word, but raising the problems that you were encountering with the Permanent Secretary?
The honest truth is I can't remember, but if I had had a meeting with the Permanent Secretary, which I did occasionally have at that time, I'm sure I would have said, well, it's all very frustrating, but what we're going to do is we've got these 2 or 3 avenues, we're going to add the extra avenue of having an independent look at it by Parker, and he would have probably agreed that was a good idea. You have to remember that I try to be constructive. I try to actually do something, which was why I got this extra piece of work done, which I think, if it had become public, would have been extremely transformational.
Given your concern that the party line was being decided by individuals, including Mr. Callard, did you consider it was appropriate for Mr. Callard to have been the government's representative on the board?
I mean, that was not a decision for me. My understanding of the structure was I was responsible for postal affairs, but how the shareholder executive worked. And, the permanent secretary permanent secretaries, I think, sit on the top co in the shareholder executive, and it's for them to decide, who the individuals are. It is important who the individuals are, but it's not part of the Constitution that we as ministers, decide which civil servants have which jobs. And when that works well, that's fine.
Which permanent secretary had functional responsibility for SHEX?
Well, that will have been the business permanent secretary, who I think it was first Martin Donnelly and then it became Alex Chisholm, but I think that was Alex came in with the climate change and energy work, which was the time I was moved. So I think Martin Donnelly would have been the perm sec at that time.
Thank you.
And I did have meetings with him on European issues quite a lot, because and one of the points I haven't made is that obviously, although the post office is very important to me, I was quite heavily occupied on other matters, notably going to Brussels probably once or twice a month. I think I was in Asia in this summer period on intellectual property. And, you know, that was the most important, those plus the bills were the most important part of my portfolio, important though this obviously is.
You've referred to having a meeting at the beginning of August with Paula Venables. Can we look, please, at UKGI 405261? And if we scroll to the foot of the page, please. This is an email exchange not including you, and is in the run-up to the meeting. The subject heading is Sparrow Catch-Up. It's dated the 4th of August, 2015. From Mr. Callard to Aven O'Farrell, who is, or was, Paula Venables' essentially personal assistant. We had a catch-up with Lady Neville-Rolfe today about Sparrow. Paula is seeing her on Thursday morning, that will be the 6th, first thing-ish. And I thought it might be worthwhile me having a chat with Paula for 5 minutes over the phone tomorrow if there's time. I appreciate it's her first day back, but if we could find a slot, it's worth her being aware of Lady Neville-Rolfe's mood and position. Not that there's too much to worry about. Can we look, please, at your witness statement at paragraph 102? Which is on page 27. Page 27. Foot of the page. You say, I've been shown a copy of a chain of emails. That's the one I've just shown you. And then fourth line, of course, I did not see these emails at the time. And then you start quoting from the email. And if we go over the page, please. You say, I find this troubling. This seems to me to be clear evidence that SHIEX, whose role it was to provide me and other ministers with objective and impartial advice, to scrutinise Pol's actions and to hold it to account, was taking steps to provide advance warning to Post Office about my concerns and intended direction of travel. I cannot see any good reason for them to have done so. I'm sadly driven to the conclusion that SHIEX and Post Office, perhaps inadvertently, were in effect working together to try to deflect me, and that SHIEX were not giving me the independent and impartial advice that I needed. What was it about the communication between Richard Callard and Paula Venables' office that led you to that conclusion?
And I think he and Laura knew that by that time I was getting frustrated and wanted more done than the classic post office line. And so he seems to be ringing them up, say, well, there's a meeting coming up, and, as it were, telling them in advance where I was going to come from so that they could prepare for that. That took the element of kind of surprise away from my meeting with Venables. So instead of being able to take on Venables. David obviously pre-briefed Venables, the communications director, who's an ex-special advisor, will have obviously explained everything that she should do. And I didn't really think, given there was a difference between us and the post office at that time, that that was a very sensible or wise thing to do. I mean, it is true, sort of prime ministers have Sherpas that talk to each other before meetings, but, you know, that's where things are, you know, there's more agreement coming along, whereas actually, you know, this was a slightly rocky patch, and I think that showed a lack of judgment and a wish to be perhaps more aligned with the post office than was appropriate. But obviously, Mr. Callard had these two conflicting. He was trying to be a good Ned to the post office, and he was also trying to advise me. So I can perhaps understand it from that point of view, but I think it was misjudged, and it made me feel slightly that those who were advising me had a foot in the post office camp. And it was one of the reasons why, as I alluded to earlier, I wondered if we shouldn't have some more classic civil service officials. Because you remember that Shex is very much made up of commercial people. Richard came from Deloitte. You know, they're all a series of people who've come in from the public sector, private sector, which of course I understand. But it does mean that they're not so au fait with these political difficulties, which we were obviously facing. At this time.
Why did you consider that Shex and the Post Office were working together was perhaps inadvertent? Like, working together to try and deflect you was perhaps inadvertent?
Well, I was trying to, obviously I don't have evidence except the evidence that you've given me in those pieces of paper. And, you know, they're civil servants, they try to act with objectivity. That's why I put perhaps inadvertently. As it is, I think, during the course of your inquiry, this thing that I wrote some weeks ago has become a little more believable.
So thank you. We're about to move to a separate topic. Could we break until 25:02, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Baroness Neville-Rolfe. Can we just go back, assuming, sir, you can see and hear us?
That is a correct assumption.
Thank you very much. Can we go back, please, to the tipping off or priming of Paula Venables and her staff about your concerns, your mood and your position in advance of the meeting? We looked at that email before the break, and you expressed your concerns about it. Can we look, please, at UKGI 401067? We've looked at this note before, but I want to ask you a couple of questions about a different issue. It's from Laura Thompson to you of the 31st of July, and you'll see that it refers under purpose to ahead of our discussion with you and Nick King on Tuesday the 4th of August, and timing to see ahead of our meeting on Tuesday the 4th of August. And then under 1, since we spoke to you earlier this week, we've been exploring options to address the concerns you raised. And then this, we've also been engaging with Post Office at a senior level to ensure that they are aware of your views. Reading that sentence, engaging at a senior level to ensure they're aware of your views, would you understand that that's a reference to the forewarning of Paula Venables of your mood and position in the way that we saw in the email that we looked at before the break?
Well, I think it's a completely fair point that they did say that. I don't recall that at the time. And it says aware of your views, so I suppose that's fair enough. It doesn't resolve, obviously it depends what the exchanges were. It doesn't quite resolve the problem that I was looking for independent advice, and they knew that because my private office had been onto them saying that I wanted somebody outside Shex to come to the meeting.
But the point that we take from this, would this be right, is that at least Shex were being open with you about the fact of communication over, quote, your views with Post Office at a senior level. It wasn't surreptitious.
That's true, from that note, yeah.
But do I detect that you retain a residual concern, having read the email exchange between Richard Callard and Paula Venables'
I retain
staff?
I retain a residual concern. Yes.
Can we turn to the separate issue that can come down? Thank you. You've mentioned it a number of times already. The wish to have separate or independent advice, i.e. separate from Shex. Can we turn to your witness statement, please? It's paragraph 99. Which is on page 26. Page 26. '99 is at the foot of the page. You say, I'd agreed with, to a meeting with Paula Venables and Jane MacLeod on the 6th of August. As explained by this stage, I was dissatisfied with the advice I was receiving from Shex, and I wanted a senior official outside Shex to provide support. On 3rd of August, my private secretary communicated to Laura Thompson my request for support from a senior official from outside of Shex at this meeting. So here you appear to be saying that the request was for a senior official outside of Shex to provide you with support at the meeting with Paula Venables and Jane MacLeod on the 6th of August, correct?
My recollection was the main occasion on which I wanted someone from outside was on the 4th of August meeting, because we were trying to look forward at options.
Got it.
But I think the private office, perhaps rightly, it was a long time ago, took that as meaning that it would be good to have somebody there on the 6th August meeting. I mean, I think there might be the conflation of the two meetings. Not sure that detail matters. It was more that I was hoping to have a different pair of eyes on the issues.
Can I just persist with the detail modestly for a moment by looking at the email, because I think you may be right in what you're saying, that the independent assistance was for the purposes of the meeting on the 4th, not the 6th. UKGI 405195. Can we look, please? This is the correspondence that you cited in paragraph 99 of your witness statement. And if we look at page 2 first, please, and scroll down. An email from Laura Thompson to your private office. Please see attached a short note to the Minister ahead of our meeting with her on the Tuesday. So Tuesday would have been the 4th of August. And then if we scroll up, please. Revised note sent through. First page, please, at the foot of the page. And scroll a bit more, please. Thank you. Your private secretary replies to Laura Thompson, thank you for the note which you had seen. You were looking forward to the discussion at Tuesday's meeting to ensure this meeting was as valuable as possible. She commented that it was very helpful to have Nick King. A lawyer would need to be involved. Keen to have a list of the senior officials that would attend. Grateful if you could advise on who should be invited from legal on C. I understand Richard Callard and Anthony Odgers will attend. The Minister is still keen that a senior official outside of SHEIX be involved, given that part of this discussion is a policy one that may go beyond BIS's shareholder role. I'd be grateful for your steer on how we can address this. I'd like to go back to the Minister on this point this afternoon. And then at the top of the page, an email from Laura to Richard. Just spoke to Harriet. She thinks Baroness Neville-Rolfe still wants a senior official outside of SHEIX and not including whoever we get from legal. But it's going to go back with the proposal of just 3 plus legal and see what the Minister says. I asked Harriet to emphasise that we are taking the policy view, not just the shareholder view. So it would appear from your private secretary's email that the request from you was to have somebody from outside of SHEIX present at the meeting on the 4th, i.e. the internal meeting on the 4th, is that right?
That's right. But
rather than the meeting with Post Office on the 6th.
But I only got half a loaf. I got a legal department person, and I got a more senior person from SHEIX, and I got special advisor. And
so, leaving aside the detail point, then getting back to the point of substance, why did you request the support of a senior official outside of SHEIX for your meeting on the 4th of August?
Because, as I explained in my statement, by then I was beginning to worry about the advice that I was getting from SHEIX, which is very, very much a single track, everything is fine, and I was seriously concerned about the sort of points that the MPs who I met had been making. And I felt that something extra needed to be done so that the things we got, which were the CCRC, the mediation, the SS report, were not enough and that we needed to do something extra. And I thought that somebody from outside checks would be more open to that.
Do you know why your request was denied?
I suspect it might be partly to do with the fact that it was August and probably nobody was around. You know, got the cock-up theory of history. But also, they obviously felt strongly that they were going to do the policy view as well as the shareholder view. And, you know, when you're a government minister, you know, you have to fight the battles you have to fight. And we were nearly at the time of the meeting, and it was important that the meeting should go ahead rather than wait to have, you know, sort of going round the office politics was not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was to actually get something done.
And so you attended the meeting in the end without the
I'd called,
independent advice?
I'd called the meeting. I wanted that meeting to happen before the August break. I wanted to get on with it and make sure that something was done.
Can we turn to the meeting on the 6th of August with Paula Venables by looking at your witness statement, please? Page 27. Paragraph 100, you tell us that in advance of the meeting, SHIEX provided you with a briefing note and lines to take, which they drafted and which didn't reflect your concerns at the time, nor your intended direction of travel. You say, I did not want to be told yet again about Post Office's side of the story. Uh, 101, you say the department has been unable, regrettably, to locate any minutes or other record of the meeting of the 6th of August. Skipping a few lines, you say, whilst I cannot recall whether I said in the meeting that you thought that a QC-led or similar independent review should be commissioned, you may not have done as you hadn't yet spoken to Tim Parker. Referring to a letter, 4 lines from the bottom, you say, this does seem to suggest I highlighted at the meeting the concerns raised by MPs previously, including that postmasters felt insulted by Post Office's approach to mediation. I do recall finding one of the Post Office attendees to be particularly overbearing and dismissive of my concerns. And who was that?
I think it was either Mr. Davis or Mr. Bourke. I haven't got photos of them, but what I found was that when I made points and made them to Paula Venables, there was quite a lot of interrupting by them, giving their view of things. And obviously I was trying to have a meeting with Paula Venables to hear her views and not have the sort of insistent line of these people who were kind of supporting her in this matter. You know, I don't know whether it was the General Counsel. She was obviously there as well. I mean, she might have intervened. Just my memory of that meeting was that it was, you know, sort of almost, there was a sort of threatening feel that I was trying to do the wrong thing and, you know, I should watch out. It was just, I said, overbearing and dismissive of my concerns. I was passing on concerns that had been registered by people, you know, the democratic representatives, and I felt that they wanted to tell me what they thought the thing was, rather than, you know, explain why the detail of some of these points wasn't right. I mean, they sent me there was a big PowerPoint pack of stuff, some of which is extremely helpful, you know, like the detail on mediation and things. So You know, it wasn't all negative, but there was just this memory, and I was encouraged to put this in, that I'd kind of felt slightly threatened at the meeting.
From the post office side, what is your recollection as to who led for them? Was it Miss Venables or somebody else?
Well, Miss Venables led, but she got interrupted by other people when questions were asked. You know, often, if you're the leader at a meeting, you make the points, you have a speaking note, and then you bring your people in as and when you feel that that would be helpful. It didn't feel like that. It felt the other way around.
Thank you. Can we turn to paragraph 103 of your witness statement, please? Which is just over the page. You say you recall speaking to Tim Parker, probably later on that same day, the 6th of August. And you impressed on him that he needed to ensure that the Horizon issues were looked at again and taken seriously. I just wanted this sorted out properly and believe he would realise that he and the other board members had a duty to just that. I recall asking him to bring in an independent QC or equivalent to head a review when he took up office, and he moved to do so soon after he took office. You understand that the department doesn't hold a record of that call. So by this time you knew that early August, that Mr. Parker was to take up the chairmanship of the post office.
Yes.
And you spoke to him and impressed on him the things that you set out there. Why did you think that Mr. Parker was the solution or a solution to the outstanding issue or issues?
Because he was the new chairman of the post office. He had a background which combined business experience, I think clerks, Samsonite, various things. I mean, he was a strong candidate for this job. And the National Trust, which is sort of more public sector kind of thing. And I think he was a Treasury official when he started in his life, because I had briefly interviewed him early on in my time as a minister, because when new appointments are being made to boards, it's classic that the people who come through the system, through the panel, then sort of have a cup of tea with the minister before the final appointment is made. And I have to say, I was quite impressed by him. I thought he had a sort of strength and dynamism, and he seemed, when I spoke to him, to very much want to get to the heart of all of this. And I knew from my experience of running boards that if you have a sort of running saw like this, bringing in somebody from outside, like a QC, or it can be a senior civil servant, or I think somebody had suggested a captain of industry, which I think probably would work less well, then that was the thing to do. And it was also a route to actually getting something done.
Can we look, please, at poll 0010 2551? This is your letter to Mr. Parker of the 10th of September 2015, so about a month later. And you say, I'm writing to you ahead of your taking up the role of Post Office Chairman to confirm our conversation last month regarding Horizon. The issues surrounding Horizon have not been resolved. Indeed, some of the MPs concerned have written to me again following the Panorama programme, pressing the case for an independent investigation. The government takes seriously the concerns raised by individuals and MPs regarding the Horizon system and the suggestions there may have been miscarriages of justice, and also recognises the commitment that Post Office have demonstrated to resolving those issues, including through creating a mediation scheme and appointing independent investigators to scrutinise the system. You'll be aware there have been some 3 years of scrutiny of Horizon, and the CCRC is considering a number of cases which have been brought to it by individuals. The government cannot intervene in that independent process. As the sole shareholder, the government wants to make sure that the post office network is successful and sustainable across the country. We recognise it's a commercial business, and we want to allow it, and we allow it to operate as such. But of course, we expect it to behave fairly and responsibly in doing so. I'm therefore requesting that, on your assuming your role as chair, you give this matter your earliest attention, and if you determine that any further action is necessary, we'll take steps to ensure that happens. Over the page, I look forward to hearing your conclusions and to working with you to secure the future of the post office network. Would you agree this letter did not specify how Tim Parker should carry out any review or investigation into the issues, whether it was to be conducted by him or somebody else, and if by somebody else, the nature or qualifications of that person?
I agree that it leaves it open. The letter was, of course, drafted by Shex for me.
Yes.
And I do recall the circumstances. A whole package came up. I think they'd all been cleared through the Secretary of State by the time they got to me, or anyway, certainly by the time I was signing this. I think the letter could have added in something about deadlines, something about publicity, one or two other things, but it's very much written from a Shex perspective, respecting the ALB character. And I think that actually that balance is probably quite sensible, because, you know, if they were concerned, which they always were, about the commercial, you know, operation being separate, but I had a lot of faith in a new chair coming in, who I thought, you know, would take a really good and strong look at this, talk to those concerned, do the sort of forensic work that wasn't appropriate for a minister to do, and I wouldn't even have had time for it. And that the letter, you know, confirmed that that is what I'd asked him to do.
Can we look, please, at poll 0023 3179? This is an email exchange that you weren't party to. If we scroll down, that's the email from Roderick Williams, a lawyer in Post Office, to Patrick Bulk and Mark Underwood in Post Office. And he says, see my starter for 10 on Jane's speaking notes for her meeting with Tim Parker. So this is ahead of a proposed meeting between Jane MacLeod, then General Counsel of Post Office, and Tim Parker, who would then, by then, be Post Office chairman. And if you just look at number 3, the review will, however, be creditable if it is undertaken independently from the existing Post Office team, logical in its approach, and delivered against stated objectives. What would you say to the suggestion that the idea of independence, namely a review undertaken by Queen's Counsel or similar, came from Post Office and not you?
I mean, I think when I suggested the thing, I was most keen on having some independence. I don't think I laid down specifically that it should be a QC, because there were other options, such as a senior civil servant, or, as I said, a captain of industry. But the key thing was to bring somebody in so that, you know, there was an independence from existing PO teams. So I agree with Ed, to be honest. That seems to me a very fair point. And without, you know, sparing your blushes, if you bring in a QC, you know they will do a thorough job, and that it will be objective, and that the facts will be correct, and that they're quite good at marshalling lots of different pieces of paper and summarising things in a way that's understandable. And actually, I would say that the Swift review, when I eventually saw it, did a lot of those things. So I was entirely in agreement with Tim Parker, and delighted when he wrote to me very soon after his start date, saying that was what he was going to do. And Sir Jonathan Swift, who's now, I think, a High Court judge, seemed up and coming, and very talented person to do exactly what I felt needed to be done, and could be done, at reasonable speed, and then we could get on and do something which wouldn't take many years.
If we just look over the page, please, at paragraph 6. Given the volume of material, Tim Parker is likely to need, quote, independent professional assistance. Subject to any procedural requirements, this could be a solicitor with good document management and summarising skills from a firm which hasn't been instructed by the Post Office and which is on the Government Services panel if we want preferential rates, completely off panel if we want total independence, a barrister likely to have a high level of independence, tend to be focused on forensics and outcomes rather than process, a management consultant likely to be good at understanding the process but may not be able to opine on the suitability of the process or focus on whether there's a better one, or a former civil servant. Again, did the idea of independent professional assistance come from you to Tim Parker way back on that conversation in early August?
That was very much my recollection. That was exactly what I wanted, as I say. And I reference that because of my commercial experience and knowing how helpful that can be to a board.
Can we look then at Tim Parker's reply to your letter of the 10th of September, UKGI 406138. Dear Lucy, thank you for your letter of the 10th of September. Having had my first days of induction just last week, I'm considering how to fulfil the commitment I gave you to take a fresh look at the Post Office's handling of the complaints raised in connection with Horizon. To this end, and to promote the independence of the exercise, I propose to instruct a QC to advise me as to the appropriate scope of my investigation, how I might best conduct the necessary inquiries, and assist me in considering both how to present and, as necessary, act on my findings. That refers to a slightly different role of the QC, doesn't it? The QC is going to advise on scope, the conduct and presentation of Mr. Parker's findings, rather than conducting the investigation him or herself.
Well, that might be so, but equally, when we eventually had the summary letter later on explaining what he'd covered, it seemed to me to cover the right area. You have to put a certain amount of trust in a highly paid chairman to a government ALB, and bringing in a QC to advise seemed a good idea. And there's no suggestion that he's sort of just leaving it to the QC, actually to assist me in considering both how to present and, as necessary, act on my findings. I mean, actually, I think that's a positive rather than a negative, if I'm honest. I didn't have a concern at the time. I felt a certain weight off my shoulders that we were going to actually bring in somebody different. And of course, you have to remember that we're having an inquiry with hindsight. We did not know at the time that there had been these unsafe prosecutions. Everybody was telling me that Horizon was fine, that it was all fine. I was having to tell officials who didn't like the idea that we were opening up, possible criticisms of them. They didn't like the idea that things might have gone wrong. I had to remind them that we, as government, had to try to make sure the right thing was done.
And so, looking at the episode as a whole, you thought that this was positive, in that he wasn't simply outsourcing this, farming it out to a silk. The references to his involvement in it were a good thing.
They were. It's a balance. You've got the independent QC coming along and doing a proper forensic job, and then you've got the chairman following through and actually, doing what was necessary. That seemed to me what that letter said.
Thank you. So that will be an appropriate moment for the lunch break.
Yep.
We will turn next to Baroness Neville-Rolfe's meeting with Second Sight on the 19th of October 2015. Could we do that at 1:55, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Baroness Neville-Rolfe.
Good afternoon.
Can we turn then to the meeting of the 19th of October 2015 with Second Sight and start with a bit of a run into it by looking at some correspondence beforehand, beginning with UK GI 405300. And if we turn to page 3, please. Sorry, bottom of page 2 and on to page 3. Thank you. We can see there the Ron Warmington email of the 22nd of July to George Freeman that we looked at earlier, the one that says, please look at the following paragraphs of our second report and the statement that Second Sight in 2015 found no evidence of systemic flaws with Horizon is incorrect. If we scroll up, please. We can see that Mr. Warmington, sends that on to David Cameron on the 28th of July. And then scroll up, please. And then on the 4th of August, he sends it to you. Dear Baroness, further to the article written by Tim Ross in this weekend's Sunday Telegraph, and he provides the hyperlink, I've as yet received no acknowledgement from Westminster in regard to my 22nd and 28th of July emails. The possibility seems to exist that Mr. Freeman was inaccurately briefed on the result of our firm's investigation. As stated below, we have concluded that there were, and probably still are, systemic flaws in Horizon. And then if we go to page 1, stop there, thank you. Andrew Bridgen says in an email to your private office of the 5th of August, Dear Lucy, I've been forwarded this email. Perhaps you could advise, given the seriousness of this allegation, that Parliament may have been misled by the Post Office. Your private office send that to SHEX, another one for response. We should aim to send a short response on Friday off the back of the response to Ron Warmington. Do you think you got personally to see this exchange?
I can't be sure. I mean, clearly, I must have known during that August period that Warmington was disputing what Freeman had said.
Can you recall what your reaction was to Mr. Warmington saying that Second Sight's report had been misrepresented in Parliament?
I think I probably sought advice. That's what I normally did if I got something from outside like that. But I think it also came in from the MP. It did, from Andrew Bridgen, who obviously I had a lot of respect for. And so, you know, that meant there was more work to do. That was more work to do. It confirmed my view that we should have somebody else look at this.
Had you by this time read the Second Sight second report to see for yourself whether what had been represented on the basis of briefings in Parliament was correct or incorrect?
At or around this time, I will have got that. I don't recall exactly when the full report was first put in my box, if I'm honest. And remember, this was a holiday period, we were travelling about, etc., etc. But I had taken on board the seriousness of it. And we've spoken earlier about how actually quite difficult it is. You look at the individual paragraphs and it's quite confusing as to exactly what. But there's certainly a problem there, and that I was well aware of. And
did that problem being raised by Second Sight constitute a separate and independent reason for an independent investigation being a priority?
Yeah, I think it certainly helped to stiffen my resolve. But as I've said, I thought the key things were well articulated by the MPs that I'd seen, and indeed by the debate, which we haven't looked at in the House. There was an adjournment debate a few weeks earlier, bringing all of these things together. And then you've got the second sight report as well.
Thank you. That can come
Although
down.
the second sight report had been around for a very long time, and as yet, I've still not had a summary of it from the system.
Can you recall what the system's attitude was to your proposal to meet with Second Sight?
Well, basically, they always advised me not to meet with Second Sight on the basis that they were unreliable, they didn't abide by confidentiality, and their report, that they seemed to cling on to this key thing that they had found that there was no systematic fault with the system, but they then said that other things that they were doing, they were not straight with, which was a bit confusing to me. And as I said a little bit earlier, I actually really, I found it difficult to know what the key points in the second sight report were, particularly when I'd seen the counter stuff from Paul. But what I would say is I think Second Sight were amazing in the way that they kept going. Year after year, they produced these reports. They thought that they were onto something. They got, not much sympathy from the powers that be. And yet they kept on trying. And obviously they did engage MPs, which is the right thing to do.
Can we move to closer to the October meeting by looking at UKGI 406142? Excuse me, at the foot of the page, or the bottom half of the page, thank you, an email from Laura Thompson to Andrew Smith of your private office of the 9th of October 2015. And he says, Andrew, I noted down for the team here the non-horizon points from the meeting with the Minister, which I've attached. On the horizon discussion, the main points I took away were as follows. So it seems like you had a meeting at which horizon and non-horizon issues were discussed. And this is Ms. Thompson noting down in the body of the email the main horizon points that she took away. Bullet point 1, Post Office wanted to flag their concerns around the Minister meeting Second Sight. They felt that doing so would risk undermining her independence and distance from the situation, and were also concerned that if news of the meeting were to leak to the media, it could risk individuals withdrawing from the mediation process after considerable efforts by Post Office to get these in the diary. Paula was also concerned that the Minister's meeting might conflict with any meeting Tim Parker decided to have with Second Sight. You noted Paula Vennell's view, but felt it important to make the offer of a meeting to Second Sight and inform James Arbuthnot that you were doing so. You also suggested that the offer should be of a private meeting, excuse me, and should happen quite soon, so that it would take place before Tim Parker invites them to meet. Can you recall what you thought of Post Office's objections to your meeting with Second Sight on the basis that meeting with Second Sight would risk undermining your independence and distance from the situation?
Well, I didn't really think that that was the case. I thought it was quite possible to have a meeting, to hear what they got to say and encourage them to help Tim Parker with his review. I'd said I'd see Second Sight as early as July. I'd reiterated that, I think, to James Arbuthnot when I saw him. They all felt Second Sight was very important, and I didn't think that they should stop me, that the Post Office should stop me seeing them. And in fact, even Shex, I think, agreed, perhaps worn down by my insistence, that I should see Second Sight. So I had a meeting with them.
We're going to look at a Shex note in a moment, where they, to an extent, in fact, echo the position taken by Post Office, at least initially. Did it occur to you that Post Office's resistance might be motivated by a desire to avoid scrutiny from government?
Well, certainly they were always trying to defend their line. I mean, that seemed to be their approach externally. and they seemed very paranoid about external matters. Indeed, I remember them being very paranoid about Panorama. Obviously, I'd worked in the private sector. I worked for Tesco, which was a company that at that time was very high profile and successful, and we'd had panoramas about ourselves and all the rest of it. And you had to engage, and, you know, the fact, I mean, actually, I agree that it should be a private meeting, probably, you know, to try and assuage Paula Venables' concerns. But I did think the right thing was for me to see Second Sight, since they'd been, you know, making a lot of these points over a prolonged period, and I couldn't really see why I shouldn't do that.
You said there that that step might assuage Paula Venables' concerns. Do I take it that you understood that Post Office's approach in this regard was being led by or taken with the approval of Paula Venables?
Yeah, I think, didn't I have a conversation with her about it?
A meeting.
Yeah, so she felt strongly about it herself, enough about it herself, not just her PR people, to actually want to talk to me about it. So she obviously felt strongly, presumably on the advice of lawyers, you know, that this could somehow get in the way of some legal arrangements, mediation, etc., to talk to me about it and explain her concerns. I listened to those concerns. I was careful, obviously, when I saw them, not to say anything, you know, very, trying to think, you know, sort of something that was going to lead to a lot of public rows, because they were obviously worried about that. But I was absolutely determined to see Second Sight, and that I did.
Can we look?
And it was helpful.
Can we look, please, at Sheiks's position? Beis, B-E-I-S, 5013. And note of the 1st of October 2015 from Laura Thompson to you. Advice following your meeting with James Arbuthnot, covering his ask that you meet Second Sight and Sir Anthony Hooper. Recommendation is that you decide whether you'd like to meet Second Sight. If we go down to paragraph 3. Mr. Arbuthnot argued, since you'd received a briefing from Post Office on this matter, it's only fair you should meet Second Sight and hear their side of the story. He invited you to judge for yourself whether Second Sight were as biased and unprofessional as he felt they'd been depicted by the Post Office. For the advantages of agreeing to meet Second Sight would be, and then they're set out, demonstrate the government's listening, agreeing to maintain a positive relationship with James Arbuthnot, assuaging a concern that Second Sight believe that their findings are being misrepresented, and the position that no government action is necessary since the CCRC is considering cases, mediation is ongoing, and Tim Parker is considering the matter with a fresh pair of eyes, would be stronger if you can say you've met Mr. Bridgen, Mr. Arbuthnot, and Second Sight. But then there are significant risks, it was said. The operational matter point in A, more stakeholders in B might have a reasonable expectation that the government will opine on the merits. C, a risk of briefing it out over the page 6. Clearly a difficult judgment. Our view is, on balance, you should offer a meeting to Second Sight. The risks of doing so are significant. We believe they can be handled if we're careful and robust in our messaging. 8, if you do decide to meet Second Sight, we suggest a low-key approach with an email from your office to Mr. Warmington. Did you decide, therefore, that you should meet with Second Sight?
I did. I suspect I'd already decided before this memo came up. It's one of the things in government that quite often submissions sort of come along to formalise a view on the one hand, on the other. And they've given me a reasonable, rundown and accepting that I should see second sight. So I'm seeing them. I'm not saying I saw them. The sort of implication is we're just seeing them to show that it was a good thing. I was actually interested in seeing them, to hear from them what their view of Horizon was.
You tell us in your witness statement that when Post Office's objections came in, you did not allow Post Office's objections to deflect me.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that how you saw the Post Office's intervention, namely an occasion on which they were seeking to deflect you?
I think that's fair, yes.
Can we turn to what happened at the meeting itself? And the sources for that are unfortunately quite sparse. Look at your witness statement, please, page 39, paragraph 143. Page 39, paragraph 143. It's at the foot of the page. You say, I met Messrs. Warmington and Henderson on the 19th of October 2015. I understand that, regrettably, the department has been unable to locate any minutes or other record of the meeting. I recall listening sympathetically to the issues raised, but I do not remember much of the substance of the meeting. The meeting was certainly not a light bulb moment. I'm confident I would have informed them of the Parker review and that I'd asked Tim Parker to meet them, and I encouraged them to raise these issues with Mr. Parker as part of the review, that review. Is that the limit of your recollection of the meeting of the 19th of October?
Yeah, the specific memory of that meeting, I kind of can remember the room I was in and so on, but unfortunately there's no note of the meeting, which makes it difficult. But what I do remember was, they went through some of their points. Obviously, those were beginning to become familiar with to me. There was a point about contracts, wasn't there? There was a point about Bracknell Remote being able to fiddle about without a footprint, the thing that Mr. McInnes had told me wasn't possible. There were various things which they repeatedly said, but their communication was not of a kind. Very decent people, quite right to keep going, but the communication was not of a kind that created a light bulb moment, and that's my recollection. However, by then, I felt that we were moving towards a solution, and I encouraged them to talk to Tim Parker and to Jonathan Swift about what their views were. I felt that this was the right way to get those concerns looked at and in play and understand, whether the Post Office's long defence was correct or whether the second sight report was correct.
We gleaned something from what happened at that meeting from paragraph 145 of the statement.
Yep.
Because you cross-refer to a letter that you later wrote to Oliver Letwin MP.
Yep.
And you say that of the meeting of the 19th of October, it was a helpful meeting. They raised a number of important points. I suggested they contact Tim Parker to follow them up. He's currently conducting a review and has appointed a QC to advise him. He is currently setting up meetings with the key parties. You're expecting him to update you on his findings in the new year. And I think that's all we know about the meeting of the 19th of October. Did you receive any periodic updates from Mr. Parker about the conduct of his review?
I think during the next three or 4 months I had meetings with him. I don't recall any periodic letters or anything from him, but from time to time, when I was having a meeting on the post office, then Laura Thompson would send me a background brief as to what was happening. And I think I asked for a meeting in January because I think somewhere, at some stage or other, I was told that he was hoping to have some findings in the new year. So I'd sort of penciled that into my mind as the time to take up the story again.
We can see that from paragraph 150 if we go over the page.
Right. Yeah, there we are, 26th of January, yeah.
You had a meeting with Mr. Parker. You cross-refer to your own office's or SHEX's note. There were some unrelated Horizon issues discussed, or issues unrelated to Horizon, and he told you on Horizon that Jonathan Swift was, quote, about to report he'd found no systemic problem. Was the first communication in writing that you received from Mr. Parker about the Swift report, or Mr. Parker's review, a letter of the 4th of March 2016?
As far as I know, that was the first that I had anything of substance other than this. It's all slightly about to report and he'd found no systemic problem. Obviously, I'd had that from him, which I noted. I mean, the meeting in January was, we had quite a lot of issues to discuss, is my recollection, which probably
Yes,
they probably crowded out any discussion of Horizon.
If we turn then to Mr. Parker's letter to you of the 4th of March, poll 30024913. We can see this is Mr. Parker's letter to you of the 4th of March 2016. He cross-refers to your meeting on the 26th of January and says that he had provided you with an update on the work he had undertaken with the assistance of Messrs. Swift and Knight to review the Post Office's handling of complaints made by sub-postmasters about the operation of the Horizon software system, and sets out in the letter further information about the approach to the review, scope of work undertaken so far, and his initial findings, and outlines his plans to bring the work to a conclusion. But this is a long letter, and we haven't got the space to go through it in detail, but on pages 1 and 2, under the heading Scope of Review, you'll see that he sets out his objectives to review the Post Office's handling of complaints made by sub-postmasters regarding the alleged flaws in Horizon, and to determine whether the processes designed and implemented by Post Office to understand, investigate and resolve those complaints were reasonable and appropriate. Do those terms of reference, or does that stated objective accord with your intention?
I think broadly, I mean, understand, investigate and resolve. The resolve is important too. And then if you go further down the letter, I think there are four areas which seem quite reasonable ones to me. I mean, if you're a minister, you're not general counsel for the department. You're not kind of fiddling about at the margins. On terms of what you want is to make sure that somebody sensible is taking things forward. I thought the scope looked all right to me, rightly or wrongly.
And over the page, he says that he decided that the particular focus should be on 4 matters: criminal prosecutions, Horizon system, i.e. the software, support provided through training and helplines, and investigations in the circumstances of specific cases. Can you assist as to whether or not that looked broadly satisfactory to you?
That looked like the right headings to me.
He says, skipping a paragraph, that his advisors were requested and given unrestricted access to documentation. I'll skip over whether that's accurate or not. Numerous meetings were held between them and a range of Post Office staff and employees of Fujitsu, and he sets out the meetings that he had. And then sets out for the rest of this page and onto page 3 the principal findings and recommendations. Did you understand that there existed separately from this document a written report?
Well, certainly not a final report. I mean, I think they might talk about a draft at some point. The way I read this was that they'd made quite a lot of progress and that they'd found these areas where they needed further investigation, which actually, to my mind, matched some of the things that I was concerned about, and so were the MPs. So I thought it was work in progress, and I think I asked for advice from officials, and they sort of said you don't have to do anything at this moment in time. So I was glad that those various areas of further work were being carried out. Obviously, what I didn't know, but you're probably going to come on to ask me about, was this was a slightly rosy summary of the Swift report.
Yeah, I may
in my view.
Yes, I may choose words differently than slightly rosy. Could we go to page 4, please? Next steps. I've commissioned independent persons to undertake the necessary work. I share your aim that matters should be drawn to a conclusion as soon as possible. I anticipate I'll be in a position to report back on the outcome of the further work during May. I firmly believe the focus and scope of my review to date, together with further work I've now commissioned, will at that time allow me to confirm that the processes decided and implemented by Post Office to understand, investigate and resolve their complaints were reasonable and appropriate, and that there are no further inquiries to be undertaken. 2 other matters. As I've noted, a number of sub-postmasters have made applications to the CCRC. That work is ongoing. Second, the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance is reported to have received funding and no claim has yet been issued. Lastly, last sentence, if you would like to discuss the review report with me, I'd be happy to do so. Given the context of the letter as a whole and that last sentence, did you understand there to exist some freestanding review report?
No, to be honest, I didn't. I assumed that this was kind of work in progress, that they got these extra pieces of work to do, and that I would get a report from the chairman once that work was complete. He mentioned May. There was a board meeting in May, I think somebody told me, and clearly it's the sort of thing that I would have expected the Post Office Board to have a look at. But I was also aware that there were some threads to follow up.
We know that by this time Jonathan Swift had provided Mr. Parker with a copy of his final report. Do you know why Mr. Parker did not state so in his letter?
I've no idea.
Did you discuss, did he mention that there was a final review report when you spoke with him?
I spoke to him in April, I think.
Yeah.
I asked for advice from officials. The officials said did nothing. I then was having a meeting anyway with him in April, one of my quarterly meetings with him. And I don't recall him saying that I've got a final report or anything of the sort that I might have asked for. I recall him saying that the work was ongoing in these 2 or 3 important areas, some of which turned out to be actually quite relevant to the court cases that eventually came through.
Do you know why he did not, without request, provide you with a copy of the report?
I've no idea, but I think he's separately said it was something to do with legal privilege.
Was that the discussion, was that a discussion that you had at the time, i.e. whether he could or could not provide you with a report?
No.
And if not, why not?
Not that I recall. The letter is, after all, at the beginning it says this is legal privilege, and he sent it to me and it's legal privilege. So what's the difference between a letter, which is legally privileged, and a document that is legally privileged? I'm not sure. But obviously the fact that the 2 didn't match was an issue that I don't know if Tim Parker himself was aware of. He may not have been. But, you know, you have to read the longer report to see whether the summary is... It's not that the summary is wrong. It's more sins of omission.
Did you actively seek a copy of the report?
No, because I didn't have anything to do with the matter after I've had the advice from Laura Thompson not to do anything until April. And then we had a meeting in April. Is there a note of the meeting of April? I don't think there is.
I don't think there is, no.
No, sadly. But what I would have wanted, you know, I'd asked him to do a review. I would have wanted the conclusions of that review. I don't think it's appropriate for ministers to suddenly see drafts of I mean, I'm thinking about other things that I've done as a minister since. You ask for a report and you get the report in due course. You don't sort of have iterations. That sort of undermines the independence of the report almost if it's being sent to the minister in between.
Can we see a little of what was going on internally? Poll 00110382. And start with page 2, please. There's an email of the 19th of February from Jane McLeod to Tim Parker under the heading Chairman's Inquiry. As discussed last week, we've considered the best way for you to brief the Minister on the outcome of your inquiry. I expressed concerns that if we were to provide the Minister with a copy of the legal advice he received from Jonathan Swift, there was a risk that privilege could be lost and the report could become disclosable by BIS through FOIA requests or similar. We've also received a call from the Minister's office in which they sought to understand how the reporting would be undertaken. During the call, it became apparent that BIS officials are also concerned as to the legal status and positioning of any report received from you. Those last two sentences suggest that people in your private office were seeking to understand how the report or reporting of the outcome of the review would be undertaken, and they said that BIS officials were concerned about the status and positioning of the report. Was that something in which you had any involvement?
Well, A, I had no involvement, and B, having read, obviously I was very concerned to read this at the time when the inquiry sent me all these papers, because it suggested my private office were working behind my back and not giving me full information. But I don't think that the Minister's office reference is correct. I think in the Minister's office they mean Ms. Thompson. They're thinking they're getting muddled up between my private secretaries and Ms. Thompson, who didn't work for me. She worked for Shex. And you'd have to ask them, what they felt about all of that. This is just the time when we got the EU referendum starting, isn't it? So, busy time for ministers.
The rest of the chain deals with the drafting of the letter, which eventually became the 4th of March letter 2016. Were you ever made aware, prior to Mr. Parker sending the letter of 4th of March 2016, that Post Office had discussed, either with Shex or your office, their intended approach of sending a letter that was claimed to be a summary of the review's findings?
No.
Were you ever made aware that the full review report was not to be provided? It was said in order to preserve privilege over it.
Well, certainly not at that stage. I think probably never. I mean, when I stopped doing it, we'll come on to this, no doubt, I thought the sort of follow-up work was continuing, because there was one or two quite important bits of work by Deloitte and others. But then it all got muddled up with the court, the general court case by the sub-postmasters group. But at this stage, I would have assumed that I would get the full report in due course with recommendations as to what to do, and recommendations on how we communicated that to Arbuthnot and others, and how we communicated it to the world at large. After all, my concern came from the points that they'd raised with me a few months earlier, which I obviously continued to be worried about.
In his witness statement, I'm not going to display it now, and that document can come down from the screen, The cross-reference is WITN 00690100, and it's paragraph 93. Tim Parker says, quote, Baroness Neville-Rolfe and her office was made aware of the approach being taken to the distribution of the SWIFT review to seek to maintain legal privilege.
Do you know what date that was?
He doesn't cross-reference it. He simply says, you and your office were made aware of the approach being taken to the distribution of the SWIFT review to seek to maintain legal privilege. Is that correct?
Well, as I said, when I looked at this earlier, I wasn't convinced it was my office, and I don't recall my office coming in to say to me, you can't have this document.
And so either that's a mistake in the email, which refers to your office, and it's meant to mean SHEEX,
Yeah,
or your office had kept something from you.
correct. Why I said when was it? It was obviously by the time you get to sort of July, it's then unclear who's going to be minister, because we'd had a big change of Secretary of State, and I lost the Post Office brief in that carve-up. And they seemed to think, even before I lost it, that I might lose it if you read the paperwork.
Okay. You tell us in your witness statement that the first time you saw the SWIFT report was earlier this year as a result of the inquiry.
Yeah, it was during the inquiry when the documents came through. And obviously I was very interested to see it. Obviously the letter I'd seen, but not the SWIFT report.
Did you compare the report with the letter?
In preparing for this inquiry, I did.
And what view did you take in comparing?
And I took the view that it was a bit, put a positive gloss.
I think it's paragraph 166.
I think I've dealt with it in my inquiry. So there was a generality that it seemed to be saying there wasn't too much of a problem, in spite of the fact that there was extra areas to be explored. And then there was stuff that particularly concerned me about how prosecutors had tried to do deals with people who were being prosecuted by getting them to accept false accounting, as a quid pro for dropping theft charges. And that came out, I think that's 100 to 109 of the SWIFT review.
If you look at, if we display it on the screen, because there's a quite neat summary, your witness statement at paragraph 45, sorry, page 45, paragraph 166.
Yeah.
Page 45, paragraph 166. You say, even more importantly, I now see, having had access to the SWIFT report, that Mr. Parker's reassuring summary of the report was materially misleading. Specifically, it failed to make any reference to the important points made by Mr. Swift in paragraphs 145 to 147, which concern remote access and directly undermine information provided to ministers and in turn Parliament, and indicate serious historic and ongoing concerns as to Post Office's compliance with its disclosure obligations in relation to criminal prosecutions and convictions. This contradicts the assurance given in the second paragraph of the criminal prosecution section of Mr. Parker's letter. Quote, I'm satisfied the Post Office has adopted a proper approach to disclosure such that it satisfies its duty of disclosure as a prosecutor. All this touches on my key concern, which was that postmasters should be able to secure justice through the CCRC process. Similarly, whilst it refers to further work commissioned in relation to Post Office's tactic of charging theft and false accounting, it did not refer to the important and strongly critical findings in paras 100 to 109. These specific findings should have been brought to my attention. I was surprised and disappointed to discover years later that Mr. Swift's findings were not disclosed as part of any criminal or civil proceedings. I do think this is nothing short of scandalous. What action would you have taken if you had been provided with the raw material, i.e. the SWIFT report itself?
Well, I would have read the report, I would have seen those paragraphs and other paragraphs, and I would have wanted to take steps to make sure that this duty of disclosure was implemented. I mean, when I came in, I asked about documents. I was told by the MPs that people were destroying files. I tried to make sure that that didn't happen. And yet here we've got an instance where things are not being disclosed. And I think you found, Mr. Beer, as part of your other hearings with Fujitsu and others, that there was material. In fact, some of the Deloitte stuff was referred to in Mr. Swift's report, but not in the covering letter, as far as I can recall. So what you've got is some really quite explosive material in that detailed report, which should have been referred to in the letter to me, in my opinion.
Well, in particular, would you agree, since the relevant Deloitte report was then 2 years old in the tooth, and that report had itself been provided to a number of senior executives, and a summary of it had been provided to the board?
Absolutely, and there was almost a suggestion that that was new material, I think, that Swift had got hold of. Sorry, we haven't got up the Swift report, but for those involved in the inquiry, I think it makes extremely good reading, because it summarises a lot of the background very well. And frankly, it would have been good, good for everybody to have had that summary if it made available much more broadly, including, I would suggest, to the board of the Post Office.
To what extent did you have any dealings with Jane McLeod?
Well, I think she came to the meeting on the 6th of August with Paula Venables. I think that's my only dealing with her that I'm aware of.
And therefore, would that be an insufficient basis to form a view or impression of her?
It would. And I know she hasn't given you evidence, which is a pity, because obviously a lot of the work she did touched on these issues that are so important to the sub-postmasters.
Exactly.
And the firing line on all of this.
And Mr. Parker said that it was Miss McLeod who told him that he couldn't disclose the SWIFT report to you.
Well, there you are.
Can we move forwards, please, to a draft letter, as I think it rightly is called, of the 21st of June 2016, and turn up paragraphs 180 to 181 of your witness statement, which are on page 48. You tell us that you've had sight of an unsigned draft letter of the 21st of June from Tim Parker to you. In it, Mr. Parker says that Post Office has received very strong advice from leading counsel that the work being undertaken under the aegis of my review should come to an immediate end and instead address the issues through equivalent work taken forward in the litigation. I've therefore instructed that the work being undertaken pursuant to my review should now be stopped. You say the first time you saw this draft letter was in preparation from the inquiry. A FOIA request said that they couldn't locate any information that the letter was in fact sent to the department. You're told by the department that it has no record of receiving it, and you're confident you didn't see it at the time. Is that right?
That's right. I was amazed when I saw it, to be honest.
How, therefore, in the absence of that letter, was the work that was outstanding from the SWIFT review that was summarised in the 4th of March letter rounded off for you?
Well, it wasn't really rounded off. There was, in the briefing that I got in July, they said, well, they were looking at how the SWIFT review stuff fitted in with the civil litigation, which I think was perfectly reasonable to look at the two alongside each other. But obviously I never had any advice on what then happened as a result of that. What I discovered, after a couple of years ago, or whenever, partly when looking, I think, the inquiry, And partly I discovered that, you know, the Swift review had basically been buried, which I was quite surprised by, because when you have legal cases, there's huge processes of discovery. I mean, I know this from my background at Tesco. There are huge processes of discovery for documents, and you have to, your lawyers have to make sure that things are made available that may help, the people bringing the case. So I described it as scandalous, but I also think it's very, very surprising. And I don't know, obviously you'd have to ask the counsel that it was involved in that litigation, why it wasn't made available to anybody.
Thank you. That can come down. You make a number of observations in your statement by way of reflections. You say that government cannot function if ministers are unable to trust the information that they are provided with by officials. You say that you were, by mid-August, fighting SHIEX, that you had lost confidence in the quality of SHIEX advice, that they were trying to obstruct or shut down your efforts to get to grips with the issues, that you had lost confidence in your civil servants on matters relating to Post Office and Horizon. Did you ever escalate any of those matters to the Secretary of State?
I think I told the Secretary of State in August that I was unhappy and that therefore I was calling for a review by Tim Parker, and that my recollection is that he supported that it could get to the bottom of things, in a reasonable way. And then, I think at updates which are unrecorded because of the problem of lack of records, I might well have mentioned my concerns and, getting stuff done on this issue. And I think I had an update with Mr. Russell at some point, who was the CEO. I think you showed me a piece of paper just before I came in this afternoon.
Yes.
Which actually is quite helpful, because for the first time I can see I did raise it with the Permanent Secretary as an issue. Perhaps you're going to show me that.
In fact, somebody else is going to show you that, and they
Fine.
asked that you be shown the piece of paper, so I'll let them.
Oh, thank you. Let them ask me. Yeah.
I'll let them do it. Were there the alternative possibilities of raising your concerns with the Permanent Secretary, Martin Donnelly, the Chief Executive of SHIEX, Mark Russell, or the Chair of the SHIEX Advisory Board, Robert Swangle?
Well, if you look at a lot of the papers, they're copied to the Permanent Secretary, they're copied to the Minister's office, they're copied to Mr. Russell. And in the civil service, that's, I used to be a civil servant, that's the way senior civil servants like permanent secretaries get an eye on things. They get a lot of paper that they sift through. And as it happens, I did recall having a bit of a moan to Martin Donnelly, and actually he did something about it, as this document, which we're going to come on to discuss, shows. Obviously, I felt happier once Tim Parker had taken on the mantle of bringing in independent advisor to look at the complications. And, although we've focused on the negative from SHIEX, you have to bear in mind that in my post office brief, I was looking at lots of different things: transformation, the accounts, visiting post offices, what was their strategy going to be going forward, so they didn't have to have so much taxpayers' money, but kept the network, which was so vital to local communities, going. So, it wasn't all negative, but clearly on this Horizon thing, they seem to be particularly narrow. And as I've said several times, when I asked for detailed advice on the second site report towards the end of August, I didn't get a submission, as I should have done, outlining the various accusations and what we as the department thought about those. I got a defence document from the post office.
Baroness Neville-Rolfe, thank you very much for answering my questions. That's all of the questions that I propose to ask. There are, I think, a number of core participants that wish to ask questions. I know that Mr. Henry has 15 minutes or so. Maybe if we start with those, that will take us to the break at 3 o'clock.
Good afternoon, Baroness Neville-Rolfe. It's often said that openness is the first casualty of a project that is in serious trouble. And you wouldn't disagree with that observation, would you, given your experience with the Post Office?
No, and generally, obviously I come from a background in business where your working assumption has to be that, things do become public and it's better to...
Exactly. One paragraph among many, but early on in your statement was striking, and it was your paragraph 5, which reads, I would like to emphasize that a large number of documents which would have been helpful in preparing this statement, such as the minutes of several meetings and my ministerial diary, have not been made available to me. This is perhaps because in 2016 the shareholder executive and its staff and records were transferred out of BIS to become part of the newly formed UKGI, and in the same year BIS was merged into a new department. And this is a refrain at paragraphs 31, 42, 101, 143 and 177 of your witness statement. Given your experience in government, how disturbing is this loss of data, which appears to be endemic within the UKGI on this subject? Do you regard this as something which has hampered you?
I certainly do. I think it's very unfortunate. And if you look at one or two of the documents, it says at the bottom, it isn't the private office's responsibility to keep documents, it's your responsibility as the advising division, which I found quite surprising. I mean, latterly I've been a Cabinet Office Minister, and I asked my staff what they did about records, and they explained that every 3 months they send off a pile of papers to the archives.
Right. So this appears to be unusual.
So it may be that it's unusual. I mean, it's not something that I can really comment on. It's more for the civil servants in charge of records. But it's certainly been very unhelpful for me, and I think for other ministers, that they haven't been able to see the contemporaneous notes. Has one forgotten important things? We've all tried our hardest, I'm sure, but it's quite difficult.
Right. I now want to go to a document which is UKGI 000-19859. And while it's been put up on the screen, one of the themes that has dominated the inquiry has been the constant refrain, we had every reason to believe Horizon was robust. We were told this by the Post Office. We were told this by Shecs. You, however, did not believe that, did you, Baroness Neville-Rolfe? Because in this document, you expressed the view that it was probably one of HM government's IT debacles. And we can scroll down. We have Richard Callard at the top, but then it's from Tim McInnes. And do you see the second bullet point? As she, that's you, Baroness Neville-Rolfe, mentioned before, she thought Horizon was another example of a government IT debacle and that innocent sub-postmasters were the victims. And then Mr. McInnes says, and this is the 12th of June 2015, clearly this is wholly untrue in 2 respects, probably untrue in a third. The general tone of this, I don't want to distract you, is slightly derisory or slightly mocking. but I don't want to distract you with that. But what I want to explore with you is why you thought that, why you harboured the suspicion that Horizon was another government IT debacle. Would I be right in suspecting that part of your scepticism no doubt came from your personal experience in business?
I think so, but also my experience of government IT systems. You know, there'd been police computers, various different IT things, and government do seem to find, or perhaps did seem to find, you know, getting IT systems right very difficult.
Very difficult.
And, you know, a key to having good systems, it's been my experience, partly as a non-exec in other companies, but also a little bit when I was at Tesco, is you've got to have really good induction, training, helplines, and learn from mistakes as you go along, because it is inherently difficult bringing in IT systems. And I have to say that the Horizon system, if you look at the Second Sight report, had to do an awful lot of stuff.
Yes.
And I'm sure that the IT providers will have known that. They were obviously experienced IT providers in lots of areas. But, you know, I suppose it's fair to say this was very early on, and it probably irritated officials, but I came in with a certain questioning of IT, and I would have wanted to hear why there weren't the sort of problems that we'd seen in some of these other areas from my recollection of when I worked in government.
Yes. And of course, you'd served in government in the 1990s, and you'd served in government
Exactly.
from I think it's right, 2015 onwards.
Well, until I went to Tesco in 97, I worked in government latterly in the Cabinet Office and in the business department and in number 10. Then I had 15 and a half years in business. Then I joined the Lords and I became a minister in 2014.
Yes.
And then I was a minister for about 3 years. And then after the referendum, I went on the back benches, and then I've been back being a minister. So I'm quite unique in having had such a lot of different experience, business, civil service, and several ministerial departments. So I suppose I thought it was a fair comment to talk about IT debacles, even if shareholder executive obviously found that exceptional.
And so therefore it's within your direct knowledge that government had suffered notorious problems with major IT systems for decades.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned the police. There was also, I think it's right, the Inland Revenue had difficulties with IT problems.
They did, and especially moving to self-assessment. Although actually in time they sorted them out, so it was very bad to start with, and then gradually
Yes.
it got better. I mean, I think that's the problem. You get a lot of bugs and things to start with, and so you've got to have really good support and training and helplines and help people.
And an openness and a commitment to get it right as opposed to covering it up.
Absolutely.
I mean, this, of course, notoriously, Horizon grew out of the problems that the DSS had with it, had it not?
I don't think I know the early background to Horizon, but that sounds quite likely, because after all they were, you know, there was this question of making payments to individual benefit claimants. Yeah.
So to this refrain, where we were being told that it was robust, you certainly weren't gulled by that, and the wool wasn't pulled over your eyes by that, hence your scepticism and the fact that you were probing.
I tried to probe, but I also tried to take advice, because the civil service has to work on the basis that officials set things out in a cool and sensible way for the attention of ministers, offering them options, you know, considering what needs to be done in the public interest. I know that because obviously to some extent I had residual civil service values in my DNA.
Could I now move to the role of the civil service? Because you once said in the House of Lords, "My Lords, having had previous responsibility for the Post Office, I am very well aware that ministers are advised to stand firm on seemingly solid grounds only for it to become clear in the long term that that is not defensible. Now, you may have heard the Right Honourable Pat McFadden's suggestion regarding a new body to investigate potentially rogue arm's-length businesses. What would you suggest, however, be done about potentially reckless advisers and officials who seem to have lost their objectivity and upon whom you relied?
Right, well, that's quite a big question. I mean, off the cuff, a couple of points. One, I think it's incredibly important to have the right people in jobs. So you need good performance culture, you need to hire the right people, you need to give them feedback when they're not there. I think as an ex-civil servant, I mean, the role of the permanent secretary is also important. So if you think about financial matters, if ministers ask civil servants to spend money that they think is poor value for money, then the Perm Sec can object, and they send a memo that, there has to be a instruction from the permanent secretary to from the minister to the permanent secretary, saying, I, the minister, think it's right to do this, even though you've expressed some reservations. I mean, rather than setting up a whole new department to do this sort of thing on the off chance that there might be, I hope never repeats of this sort of thing, my only thought is there some way that you could, bring that kind of thing into play, and people would then know that if there was a problem, I mean, obviously you can always go to the Secretary of State, but is there some role of the permanent secretary? I don't know exactly what Pat McFadden said. I'm sure
so
he was trying to be helpful.
Is there anyone you could have depended upon independently at the time to validate the truth and honesty of important ministerial statements before you made them, to prevent the mischief that you were speaking of in the House of Lords, that ultimately those statements have become untenable?
I mean, the truth is that as a politician, you are extraordinarily aware that anything you say on the public record in the House, whether it's the Lords or the Commons, has to be accurate. And there are well-established processes for correcting the record if you have to do that. I mean, that arose during COVID, of course, didn't it? I mean, the answer is you have to try and find a way of getting at the truth, and then if you find out that the truth hasn't been communicated, then you have to correct the record. I think if the Win is thinking about what might be done for the future, and I think you've got a further sort of whole module on this, you need to just have a think about, how this would work in practice and whether there would be perverse effects to bringing in a whole new sort of tier. I mean, the key thing in organisations where you've got people who aren't very good, what happens is you move them on. In the civil service appointments are rightly for the civil service rather than for the ministers, to avoid, inappropriate, or have people having their friends in the wrong places. And I think that is valuable, that independence of the civil service. So I think you need to look at this particularly in the light of Shex, where you were bringing in a lot of people from outside the civil service. And it might be that you could do more to help them, to induct them, to make sure that they're sort of the reports are looking properly at what might go wrong.
Could I come to that? Because, of course, one such recruit was Mr. Callard, and final document for you, Baroness, is UKGI 000 17443. And this is an email that Mr. Callard sent on the 18th of November 2015. And could we go to Mr. Callard's email, which is, I think, on page 2. It's the one that begins, it's 18th of November 2015 at 18:25. Yes, thank you very much. This is in response to you expressing some dismay with the way you had been informed of matters. And this is Mr. Callard stating that he believed that you've been a bit harsh. The problem is we cannot deliver what she, that's you, Baroness, wants: a green-locked GIB and a post office without a perceived but non-existent IT problem. Bit harsh from my perspective. We've kept a lid on the latter, he says. So in other words, we've kept a lid on the post office. Baroness, given everything that you instituted, did you want Richard Callard to keep a lid on the sub-postmaster's dispute with the post office?
No, I wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and
So-
the truth of the matter.
Exactly. So what he's done there is it's precisely the opposite of what you wanted, isn't it?
It does seem to be. Obviously, I hadn't seen this at the time, and I had taken steps to say that I would like more political handling, as you can see from the subsequent memo,
Exactly.
in this area and in the Green Investment Bank, which was also, as I said earlier, involves people from outside who come in, and that's great that they come in and bring their expertise, but it's also important that you follow the values of
Government.
of transparency, truth, and governance.
Yes. Thank you very much, Baroness.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. So we have our break now, Mr. Beer.
So can I just check with the all participants how long they will be?
Yes,
Because
of
if
course.
it's a short period of time, then it might be that we can survive without a break.
Yeah, sure.
One call participant, 5 minutes.
Then we will have our 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I don't know if you
afternoon.
can hear me. I represent a large number of core participants, sub-postmasters and sub-postmistresses, who are affected by this scandal. And Mr. Beer asked you about your reflections. Mr. Henry took you to some correspondence involving Mr. Callard. I have a couple of very brief further questions. You've said in your evidence that you believed that you were being misled. You've also said that you believe that the Sheks and Post Office are working together to try to deflect you. We have that email where Mr. Callard was trying to arrange a meeting with Post Office officials to talk about a forthcoming meeting with you and the Chief Executive and to gauge your mood and what it is that you wanted to do. So they were colluding and talking about you behind your back, effectively. It's right, isn't it, that your experience is that Sheks were far too close to the Post Office?
I think they weren't taking an alternative sources of information. I mean, clearly they were going to have to be close to the Post Office because the Post Office had all the facts on individual cases.
But they lost their objectivity, I think.
My worry was that they'd lost their objectivity in all of that. That was at the heart of the problem, I think.
I just want to clarify a point. It may have already been made, but it seems to be quite an important point. You made a distinction at 12:20 this afternoon that Sheks was made up of commercial people and not classic civil service officials. Do you think things would have been different from what you experienced had the body charged with oversight of the Post Office been composed of classic civil service officials?
I'm not sure that they would have had the expertise to hold shareholdings in things like the banks and the Post Office and things without commercial expertise. I'm not against the commercial expertise. I think what I would saying is that that's not necessarily sufficient. I mean, having said that, there were some, I mean, Susanna Story, who I think you're seeing later, who I know from DCMS, I mean, she was a civil servant of the classic kind. So there was a mixture. But I'm not sure the civil service is good. I remember when I went to work in the private sector, the whole of my first month was induction, and I had 3-hour meetings with all the key directors, 3-hour meetings, which I couldn't understand. The difference when you go to work in the civil service is you're lucky to get a 15-minute meeting just to say hello to people. Because it's very different, and what you have to do in the public sector is a bit different, I think it's very, very important that they should understand that. And that obviously was an understanding by Mr. Killard. He felt that it was important to keep the lid on, but obviously as a civil servant, it's not only keeping the lid on, it's also making sure that you're doing the right thing.
In terms of public duties and serving the public, did you perceive there to be any ethical difference between Czech's officials and the rest of the civil servants who you worked with?
I don't think we discussed ethics, but they obviously took a very narrow, focused view linked to their duties in terms of the commercial and strategic vision for the pole, and didn't seem to focus so much on classic governance issues like the risk from these prosecutions, which would be something that as a civil servant you're always looking at the downside as well as the commercial opportunity. I mean, having said that, they were trying to move forward. Paula Venables, to give her credit, reduced the deficits in the post office. So the post office must have been doing something right at that time.
Finally, Baroness, this narrow view, this lack of focus on more public interest type problems such as prosecution, is that, on your evidence, the fault in the system which prevented you from being able to carry out your ministerial duties in terms of receiving the right information?
I think it was also to do with the particular individuals, because I gave them lots of openings saying, what's in the second sight report. If I had been my previous self sitting in that seat, I would have gone away and I would have read the whole of the second sight report, and I would have gone through all of the negative findings, and I would have then wanted to do my own job, understanding what was right and what was wrong. That wasn't done. What they did was take advice from the post office, because they felt the post office could give the answers. And that isn't what you do. As a good civil servant, you look at different, you look at different sources.
I think that's answered my question. I don't have any more. I haven't other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Baroness, are you a supporter of arm's length bodies?
As I think I said in my statement, I think they do have value. If you think about government owning things like banks, the post office, it's not really possible for ministers to be responsible on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, the arm's length system was set up. However, as I said, I think in my statement, it's extremely important. It's almost even more important that you have really good people engaged. And I think people need to understand that when you are the board member on an ALB representing the government, you have a very important duty. And actually, it's quite similar. Private equity, where they own a big stake in a company, which I've had experience of, they put a director on the board, and that director, I can tell you, is always asking questions and thinking about, as it were, the owner's needs, both financial and non-financial. So does that answer my questions, Owen?
Well, it does. I'm just wondering how easy it is, actually, to find this supercharged person who is able to always distinguish between his or her duties as a member of the board, i.e. his or her duties to the company, and at the same time represent a shareholder who is not necessarily aligned with all the objects of the company, because the shareholder will have things like, for example, the social value of keeping post offices open in their head. And so I'm just wondering how easy or not, as the case may be, it is to find this person who is able to perform these as I would see it, extremely difficult tasks.
I think it is difficult, but I think if you have clear objectives, which all understand, and those are kind of trained in at the beginning through induction, and my experience, which is quite limited of private equity, is that the people that they put on boards to represent them, you know, have sort of central, if you like, central training. They're selected to be able both to sit on boards and to take an independent view. And it may be that the cadre of people that we have in checks, which is now UKGI, you know, have to have that kind of support. I have to say, you know, I'm obviously not up to date on what they do, but it is a very interesting, important area, because you've got to get the mixture of these operations moving forward commercially, but reflecting the public sector value, sometimes the social value, sometimes obviously value for money, which matters as well, and which the external people can really help with. It's difficult. I don't envy them their tasks, Owen.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I'm very grateful to you for making a very detailed witness statement and for answering a good many questions during the course of most of today. So again, thank you very much for your witness statement and for appearing to give oral evidence.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Beer, that it for the day?
It is. We return tomorrow with Margot James.
Yeah.
Tomorrow being a Wednesday, might I suggest that we start at 10:05 so that we don't have the interruption of the fire alarm?
I don't think I need much of a temptation to start a little later, Mr. Beer.
Okay, 10:05 it is. Thank you very much, sir.
Fine.